inside the system, we see exactly what this offense can do.
It's like Lincoln Riley when he's going to
Yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing.
Yeah. No, it's going to be, can Maryland be mistake-free next week? Because Indiana has proven they're not going to beat themselves. They are being coached. They are disciplined. So for Maryland, yeah, you have a fumble going into the half. Villanova, you can still win that game. Assuming next week is a one-possession game, it's going to be a close one. You can have those moments. A couple defensive lapses at the end. So Maryland should be very happy off of last week's first half performance. And then they dominate the second half. And then they dominate the first part of this game, slowing it down a little bit. But the fact remains, the penalties are still there. And there were just mistakes that Villanova can't take advantage of. But Maryland, if they play clean, I completely agree with you. Talent-wise, you got to side with the Terps. But Indiana is not going to beat themselves. I cannot wait to see it.
But 7 days from today, we would expect two highly motivated teams.
Yes.
I mean, this is what happened.
And two of the most efficient quarterbacks in the country. I shared with you Rogue's numbers. How about Billy Edwards today? 28 of 32 for 328 yards and 2 touchdowns. And most of the yardage, how about this guy? How about these numbers? 14 catches and 157 yards for Ty Felton. Those 14 catches on 15 targets. So I would say he was fairly effective. He has a touchdown in all 4 games this season. 14 catches, the most in any game by any Terp since a guy named Corey Smith, who went on to do some pretty good things at the next level. Here's Ty Felton after the outstanding performance with Danny Rogers.
Ty, 157 receiving yards for you, 12 catches. You just broke a new record, 4 consecutive games with 100-plus yards for Maryland. Based on our conversations this week, you do not care about anything I just said. Why do those stats not matter to you?
It's all about the team. These guys, they push me hard every day. They inspire me every day to be a better player on and off the field. So I'm really thanking these guys, the O-line, quarterbacks, running back, getting the blocks. KP out there opening up stuff for me on the opposite side of the ball. So it's really thank you to those guys. Really a team record to do that space. So
You always shine the light on others. What is it about your work ethic, though, right now that's leading you to this production in your final year?
right, it's a testament to how hard I work. Coming into the last offseason, I feel like last year I left a lot on the field. There's a lot I can work on. So I really toned in and really put in a lot of work this offseason on my mental and my physical abilities. So I'm out here doing what I know I can do. So we got to keep going.
You told me you're a big self-talk guy. What were you telling yourself before this game?
Like, we will win. So I know they're a good team. I know they're top five in the FCS. So there's a lot of self-talk I do for myself, but just trying to get the team amped up. We had a 12 noon game, so it was a little early game. So we kind of sleepwalked. We sleepwalked a little bit into it, but we got it going.
Appreciate it, Ty. Congrats.
I mean, I have to imagine every former defensive back in the history of the world just had their wrist when you watch a guy who's targeted 15 times, made 14 catches. And I understand he is going to face tougher cover corners than he did against Villanova on Saturday. But there's no question, Ty Felton has become one of the best receivers, maybe not just in the conference, one of the best receivers in this country.
And Indiana was playing a lot of zone. And I feel Billy Edwards and Ty Felton have shown you can't play too much zone against him. He's too smart. He can go anywhere on the field. He's going to go over the middle and take the hit. And Billy Edwards is going to find him. You're going to have to man him up. But the best thing that Ty Felton has is Kate Prather on the other side saying, yeah, Ty Felton is the guy. But if you can't put all that attention over there, having 2 wide receivers, it sounds obvious, will always be better than just having 1 guy.
Yeah, I think all defensive game coach start with stopping the run, regardless of whether it's a throw or one team. Because if you don't start there and the throw team can run, you have real problems. So this game plan starts for Indiana for stopping the run and stopping the throw.
Not really stopping the run. But how about this little thing with Morris now?
I like that.
Stepping in, because I thought he did an unbelievable job with the ball handling when he went around and ended up scoring a touchdown. If they can start to implement that into the system, this becomes a really dangerous. Because Evans can run the football, can do what he needs to do, and he's playing outstanding. But when you can add an extra dimension to help the run game, it's a big thing can happen.
And that kind of stuff is what a coach wants to get out of the game like this. Obviously, you want to win first. When you start to pull away, what other wrinkles can I try out right now? I'm not going to show them all, but make sure that they work until later in the season or next week. When I get back into conference play against Indiana, I can unveil them should I need to. Coming up next here on Big Ten.
I want to know, have you ever seen the rain? Because at some point in time today, as they show us a live look of Beaver Stadium here in Happy Valley, yeah, it's been thundering for the past hour or so. Light rain as of now. going to rain during this game at some point in time, whether that's from kickoff till end, 4 o'clock to 5:36 is where it looks like potentially it could get severe, but I'm no weatherman, so we'll just have to see how it plays out. But yeah, have you ever seen the rain? Because once again, it's going to rain today for the Kent State Penn State game. 11 years to the day, I might add, when these teams met in 2013 in a monsoon in which the Lions shut out the Golden Flashes 34-0. They've met a few times, obviously, since then. We'll get into all that in a little bit, but in the meantime, thanks for tuning in and watching my college football Kent State at Penn State live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button, notification button next to it as well. Thumbs up if you're hoping for another Penn State victory here in 2024 this afternoon. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always great appreciated as well, as this video is powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. First off with Rogue Energy. Be sure to get your favorite energy and hydration flavors in can or tub form, shakers, and Rogue Energy merch at the link in the description below. Be sure to use the code LUKE, that's LUKE123 for 10% off. HopeKThrifts, a secondhand resale shop that focuses on sustaining the environment in a cheap and fashionable way, as most items are $20 or less and include brands like American Eagle, Converse, Free People, and Shein, among others. HopeKThrifts found on Depop, Instagram, Macari, and Poshmark at, yes, you guessed it, HopeKThrifts. That's HopeKThrifts. So be sure to use the message seller code CheapThrifts, CheapThrifts, CheapThrifts for 10% off. Link also in the description below. And then Dead and Hungry, a novel written by Nathan D. Mitchell, found on Amazon. Link also in the description below, so be sure to go check that out. And once you do, if that doesn't interest you, you might as well be what the title says. Behind me, if you see the QR code, be sure to scan that as well if you haven't done so already. So Kent State, Penn State coming up, 3:30 Eastern time this September Saturday afternoon. We'll also be keeping tabs on USC Michigan, along with UCLA LSU, Arkansas Auburn, and Utah Oklahoma State. As the noon window, for the most part, has concluded, we'll coming up at halftime, first half, stats and scores as always, preview what's to come. So we'll get into all that in a little bit, as we might have some extra time on our hands during this game at some point in time, if, knock on wood, don't want to jinx it, but, just from one weather delay to another potentially, once again, we'll see what happens. That's why they play the game, side on paper, side on the field, even though throughout this all-time series history, in 6 previous meetings, the 7th, hopefully not lucky number 7 for Kent State today, but the 7th overall meeting this afternoon, Penn State 6-0 all-time against the Kent State Golden Flashes from Northeast Ohio. Out of the MAC, wins occurring in 1965, 2003, 2010. This very date, 11 years ago, as mentioned, in 2013, Penn State won in the rain as well, 34-0. Supposed to rain once again. And then 2016 and then 2018 was the last meeting before, hey, another 6 with the years later now. Here we are today. So in those matchups all time, Penn State's scored 207 points to Kent State's 39, so that's an average of 35-7, if you will, with Penn State being a 49.7 touchdown favorite this afternoon, over under ranging from 55 to 58. As mentioned, 3:30 kick on the Big Ten Network, but thanks for tuning in and watching my live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe if you haven't done so already, and scan the QR code behind me as well. So from a 50% chance of rain, it seems like it's going to rain a good portion of the game. Just a matter of start, stop, and, you know, we'll see what happens in between. Of course, don't want to have to sit through another weather delay by any means, but we'll see what happens. So I'll leave it at that. Of course, Penn State's 2-0, coming off of a bye after a scare against Bowling Green 2 weeks back. Also out of the MAC. Now they host Kent State, who is 0-3. They've lost to Pitt, lost to St. Francis, Pennsylvania, right down the road in Loretto. So as Penn State first won on September the 21st against the Altoona Athletic Association, Kent State's coming off of a loss to a team not even far from there at the D1 AA, D2, D3, D6, D9 level in the Catholics, so the Red Flash. And then Kent State got blown out, shut out, I might add, at Tennessee last Saturday night, 71-0. So, you know, a lot of Penn State fans are probably thinking, well, they've lost to Pitt, gave up 55, lost to St. Francis, for God's sakes, and then got blown out against a high-powered Tennessee Vol team, 70+, 71-0 once again, and that makes, you know, Penn State a 49.7 touchdown favorite that they, you know, should also be scoring, you know, 50+ on them. We'll see what happens, because you just know how Penn State plays. You know, I'd be surprised if they cover, but at the same point in time, this very game, I won it just because of the scare they had 2 weeks back against Bowling Green, and then a bye week, the earliest last week since 2002. They'll have another in about a month's time in mid to late October, but yeah, Kent State's 0-3, coming on the road. You got to give it their athletic director, their AD. They have gone to powerhouse programs and got paid to get their ass kicked. And now coming into Penn State, who's 2-0 as mentioned, coming off of a bye, the scare against Bowling Green. You know, they were down at halftime and then came back in the second half and beat the Falcons, as then the Steelers did the very next day as well. So just overall, with the weather, with the history, you know, with how these teams are playing right now, you know, we'll see how they play today on this September the 21st. They're 9-1 all time on 9/21, including 3 shutouts all time. One against Kent State, I might add, as mentioned. The lone loss was 50 years ago today against the Naval Academy. They lost to Navy. However, it is Military Appreciation Day for the blue and white Penn State Lions inside of Beaver Stadium this afternoon after the 23rd anniversary of September the 11th last week, as that'll be a day in which we will never forget. So, you know, with all that being said, I mean, you know, Penn State, honestly, as they've been banged up here to begin the season, start conference play next week. We'll get into that later. Just overall today, gain as much experience as you can, but run the damn ball, especially with the weather potentially going to play out the way they're saying it's going to play out if you look at the radar. And then, you know, pressure into turnovers and capitalize those into points and just get out with a win, you know, and stay healthy. That's what I'm looking at today. So, like as always mentioned, we'll have first half stats and scores. We'll recap, we'll preview, so on and so forth, and you know, we'll see what happens. But yeah, should be coming back from this commercial break to kickoff coming up shortly on BTN, Big Ten Network. Like I said, we're also going to be keeping tabs on both new Big Ten LA teams and USC at Michigan and UCLA at LSU before Penn State plays both of them within the next month's time. And then we're also going to be watching Arkansas and Auburn and Utah and Oklahoma State as well once they kick off. So they're still showing warm-ups, as we all know, with a 3:30 kick, 3:38, 3:40 official kickoff. But they're about ready to come out of the tunnel. This was, pre-recorded, as is this interview with James Franklin, because there's no fans in the stands. So yeah, we'll get into the injuries. We'll get into who's going to be playing for such and such, and then just overall, like I said, gain experience. It's going to be your last potential chance to do that, because it's your final non-conference game before you get in the thick of it in the Big Ten. And coming up the next month and a half, it ain't gonna be easy. So yep. We'll see how it plays out. That's the only thing we can't see. We'll see. If it rains, it rains. That's just how the weather is. You can't control it. You got to deal with it, and there's only one thing you can do through a weather delay is sit it out and wait. So they say kickoff about 8 minutes away. So Big Ten Network, we're going to continue to preview this matchup once again. First time they've met since 2018. Penn State won 63-10 that afternoon. Before then, they went on to win 9 games that year. But as we just sit back and wait for kickoff, just once again, if it rains, it rains. There's nothing you can do. You got to play through it. It's the elements. It's just not you having to play through the rain. It's also your opponent. So it's going to be slippy at some point in time. It's going to be hold on to the ball. Don't turn it over yourself. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot today. I'm not going to be surprised if something does, happen early. Just knowing how they play, for one, but then the weather on top of it, because even with a 3:30 kick, it's Penn State football. Seemingly they always start slow. It takes them a while to wake up, get their head out of their ass, and actually play. So yeah, we'll have to see, how both offensively and defensively they play. Talked about some of the injuries. Mainly, it's right now on defense. We talked about the tight end position a few weeks ago, from week 1 to week 2, from players playing to players not playing, and then with what's happened since, and then some more injuries in practice since then as well. So Beaver Stadium, State College, University Park, Pennsylvania, as the Blue Band is on the field. Dun, 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 dun. Kent State also brought their band, as Bowling Green did a few weeks ago. They make the flip and the split, even though he lost his hat. But we'll see if the blue and white can, once again, just overall gain some experience today. Start to click, get some rhythm, momentum build up. Oh! He was good on the first one, not so good on the second. We all know that's good luck if he hits it, but as they're about ready to walk out of the tunnel, there they come, and here come the blue and white, and make their way from the locker room to the tunnel to the field. Big Ten Network is really the only channel that shows this. If Penn State's on the other network, you're not seeing this. But Hakeem the Dream beaming with the American flag on Military Appreciation Day will lead the team out, followed by James Franklin and the rest of the Black Shoes, Basic Blues, no names and all game. And we are Penn State. Here come the Nittany Lions. So, student section still filing in. That's nothing new. Penn State takes the field. They're 0-3 out of the MAC. I said 2 weeks ago, if they were smart, but the saying goes in Kent, Ohio, at Kent State University, they can't run, can't pass, can't state, can't read, can't write, so on and so forth. You get the gist, you get my point. But that they should, for the most part, if they're smart, use the same game plan Bowling Green, played against Penn State with, and, see if they can, give them a run for their money as well. But, no, injuries. Andrew Rapiat, tight end's done for the year. And then this past week, it was announced that KJ Kevin Winston at safety, he's also going to be out indefinitely. So we'll see who steps up in his absence. They have depth at tight end. We've talked in regards to that. He's, for the most part, even with the injury, was already, middle of the pack, but was getting playing time, so they should be fine there. But it's at safety, are they going to move a corner? Are they going to, move a backer back potentially? We'll see, but it seems like number 10 to 1 Lane's going to get a lot of playing time today at that spot. True freshman from Maryland. So we know how recruiting goes. We know, the roster, top to bottom, left to right, but it's still next man up mentality. Okay, it's still going to be injury, you're next. If you're not cutting it, or if you get hurt, it's the next man up from there. So that's why I said just overall gain experience today. If they can get some playing time from mostly everybody today, because with the early bye and then, 2 non-conference games, prior to that, and not really getting much of any at all other than, the starters. Yeah, they're showing the radar. It's been raining here for the past hour. And like I said, it's going to rain at some point in time. From what I saw versus what they're saying 4 o'clock. That's, first quarter still. From what I saw, it's going to be 5 o'clock, 5:36 when it's going to be real bad. They'll play through the rain. It's just the fact of the matter of fucking lightning, and then there's a, delay. They care about safety, and rightfully so, but it's still football. Go out and play. Like 8 years ago, 10 years ago, way back when, they would have played through it. They wouldn't have, gave a shit. But you know, hey, we'll see what happens. So I'll shut the hell up. We're finally going to kick off, which Penn State will do. So they'll get the ball to begin the second half. So Gabe Wusu, big 99 on to boom it away left to right across the television screen right down on the dial. And the Kent State going flashes in their road whites with yellow pants and yellow helmets. And of course, the opening kickoff's going to go out of bounds. And that'll be a penalty. It'll be 1st and 10, Kent State at the 35-yard line. So already shooting themselves in the foot, I see. But yeah, no shit, Sherlock. We'll see how the Zebras call this game. You know, if there's going to be, you know, a lot of penalties, or if they're going to let them play, and if they're calling it down the middle or not. But yeah. So 1st and 10, Kent State from the 35-yard line with line defense. Gonna force an incomplete pass on the opening play. So 2nd and 10.
Someone's got to get open and beat man coverage against this Penn State defense. That's going to be the guy. 2nd and 10 for Kent State.
And fake the pass, roll out, gonna get sacked. Ball's in the air, it's picked off. Ooh, boom. Kobe King got fucking decked. And the quarterback is hurt in the meantime. Away from the pass, and he's holding his right knee on the second play of the game, and that doesn't look good. He might be done. Hopefully he's okay, but doesn't look good. Yeah, DDS coming off the edge, just chasing him down. Boom. So the ball was tipped. See a better replay here. That's a pass, and then it was almost picked off, but then one of their linemen, took out Kobe King in the process. Carter and King were there, and then, he got decked. And then the pass in the meantime falls incomplete. So it's 3rd and 10 with all that, having happened here early. They might have to bring the card out. Yep. So, or now they're saying fumble, but Kent State recovered. And they'll take a timeout with the injury. Hopefully he's okay, but doesn't look good. Looks like he's going to be done for the game and potentially the rest of the year with a severe right knee injury. So best of luck to him. Their backup's going to get thrown into the wolves now. On 3rd and 10, I might add, when they're 0-3 and on the road against a blue blood. But I mean, he just landed awkwardly, on the sack. The ball was, tipped. Rather than an incomplete pass to say fumble, they recovered though. And then a big hit, lineman was just going after who he thought, was going to have it, which was Kobe King. I mean, it might have looked like he was headhunting him, but, just a big hit. And then he gets right back up. He's fine. And then, you have the injured QB. So, yeah. We'll see what happens. But we'll go back to it here after this injury. Timeout, as mentioned, once again, we're going to keep tabs with Kent State, Penn State, USC, Michigan, UCLA, and LSU. along with Arkansas, Auburn, and Utah, Oklahoma State here this mid-afternoon, 3:30, 4 o'clock window in week 4, week 5 already of college football. Hard to believe. So with Kent State, Penn State, the Nittany Lions obviously host Illinois next week. Fighting Illini went to Lincoln, Nebraska last night, got a big win over the Cornhuskers in overtime. Then they host UCLA, who's got a tough 3-game stretch starting today at LSU. They then host Oregon, and then they come here. And then Penn State, October the 12th, goes to USC. So just a lot to keep our eyes on. Just with from one week to the next, you don't know what's going to happen. So they get the stretcher out for him. The actual stretcher, not a cart. They bring an actual stretcher out for him. And I assume they'll, even with Penn Highlands open up in State College, you don't want to go there unless you absolutely have to. They'll be taking him, as they always take injured players during Penn State athletic events here in Happy Valley. They'll be taking him right down the road to Mountain View. Yeah, they literally roll him out off the field on the stretcher. Okay, so they're calling targeting on Kent State as well on that big hit on Kobe King. So 3rd and 12 after the fumble recovery. Now backup quarterback in. Play clock at 3, 2, 1. That's delay of game. Now the rain's starting to fall. But Carter on the tackle from behind. So Kent State goes 3 and out. They lose their starting quarterback, and now they'll punt. And Penn State getting the ball here for the first time. So it's potential targeting. They looked at it, obviously nothing, because it's still 3rd and 12 after the timeout, following the injury, and then Penn State still stops them anyway. And Kent State's on the punt. So they're going to bring the house. Fair catch by Penn State at the 23, 24-yard line. So Penn State a minute and a half in with a 3 and out on defense. Here comes the offense. We'll see if they can run the football. Maybe take some shots. They've had a good percentage of plays that have gone, more than 15, 20 yards through the first 2 games this season. So we'll see if they can keep that up as well, I might add. But Drew Allert, quarterback. We'll see how they work Bopa Buell in today as well. You got Singleton and the Fat Man at tailback. They work out of the pistol, give the 13, and Fat Man spins and gets to the 31 for a pickup about 7. So 2nd and 3 coming up for the blue and white. With the offensive line combination that they've gone with, that pass almost intercepted, incomplete, 3rd and 3. They go hurry up. Aller had all day to throw, but completely underthrew him, and the ball was tipped and incomplete, and intended for, well, it doesn't matter because it's 3rd and 3. And they'll work out of the pistol here again, but They're going with their top 3 receivers today of Harrison Wallace, Julian Fleming, and Liam Clifford. No Amari Evans just yet. Dump off on the pass. Complete to Wallace for a first down. Pick up 5 on 3rd and 3, so they'll move the sticks. First down, Penn State. But then at tight end, Tyler Warren set the Penn State record for receiving yards set by tight end 2 weeks ago with about 150. Behind him, they've played a lot of Luke Reynolds, Tyler Warren at Wildcat. Speaking of the devil, quarterback tight end keeper up the middle and gets about 15 yards and a first down. So wasn't expecting that by any means, but hey, because it looked like he was going to pass. He's a lefty, but he tucked it and ran and got a first down. But with Raplia out, they have Warren at tight end. They have Luke Reynolds, like as I was saying, they've been playing a decent amount, playing a lot. And then Khalil Dinkins. But just make sure you're set. There's no, legal formations with all these, odd. Speak of the double Amari Evans as well. He makes that catch, but the second down here. Second down and 5, 6. Handoff, Katron Allen. And he gets about 2 yards, so third down and manageable. Coming up, we'll see if they can convert here again. 3rd and 4. Yeah. See if they can manhandle. Strength versus strength. It all starts up front. But 3rd and 4. A long 4. Out of the gun, Aller looking to throw. Over the middle, caught. Wallace again, first down. So, hey, that's worked on 2 third downs. Third time will be the charm, maybe for a touchdown coming up soon. But another first down for Penn State. They'll move the sticks again. And believe now into Kent State territory, if I'm not mistaken. Not about to start knocking on the door. Get some points here on this drive early. Yeah, ball at 34-yard line. So it'll be a long field goal. Don't get anything else. Of course, you hope they do. As they'll motion. And handoff Singleton. And got some blockers. And he'll get 8, maybe 9 yards. 2nd and short. So they're getting everybody some touches here early. I said Singleton's name. I said Fat Man's name. Harrison Wallace has a couple catches. Tyler Warren with that quarterback keeper out of the Wildcat. Amari Evans with a catch. So we'll see if they take a shot here, by any means or not. Maybe something down the seam or, in the meantime, Aller going to line up in the slot top of your screen with Boper Buellin at quarterback. So fake the give on 2nd and short. Oh, pass is picked off. You got to be kidding me. And there's a turnover. And Kent State will have the ball 1st and 10 about the 42-yard line. And for Buellin at QB, pass was tipped and then picked off. So, Aller's going to be taking, I would think, the rest of the snaps for good portion of this game at this rate now after an early turnover. It's like slow the hell down. It seemed like they were getting a little too full of themselves and just wanted to, keep going and hurry up. And then, Kent State almost picked them off, earlier on this drive. And then Penn State gets a couple first downs. And then they do pick them off. So, you got to give them credit. But, we'll see if the defense obviously can get a stop. Maybe even get the ball back off the turnover themselves. Cancel that out because, entering this game, Penn State's +3 in turnover margin, make it +2 for what it's worth now. Still got a ways to go. It's early, a lot of football to be played, but, just an early, costly turnover that, you know, to a potential point. Could be a difference in this game, depending on what else happens. But just I mean, I didn't mind. It really even wasn't a trick play. It was just a fucking screen, and the pass was tipped, and you know, it's picked off. You know, good defensive play by them. Where Penn State was just, as I said, it felt like they were, you know, getting a little too full of themselves and getting a little too fast. Like, you know, slow it down, relax. But yeah, we'll see now here what defense does, and we'll go from there. So we'll leave it at that, as both teams don't get a single point on either's opening drive this afternoon. But you know, once again, still a lot of football to be played. So just, you can't be doing that, you know, against whether it be them, you know, who you've already played, who you're going to play. You just can't be, you know, shooting yourselves in the foot. So, yeah. So, we'll see what does happen from here on out. But, yeah, just, what can you do? You got to learn from it, though. 1st and 10 from the 41. And fake the give on the quarterback. Handoff. He keeps it for himself for about 3-4 yards. Flag on the play. So we'll see what that dirty laundry is here from the Zebras. They say offside on Penn State. Of course. So now they're just going to continue to shoot themselves in the foot, it seems like. And they got to clean up their act. They can't be, you know, continuing to just think they can get away with, you know, doing stupid shit like this. So, 1st and 5 rather than 2nd and 7 because of the penalty. And they'll hand off again and get a 1st down with Kimber on the tackle. So 1st and 10 from the 48. Sack, but they say incomplete, ball's out. Penn State's going after it, but yeah, that's incomplete rather than a turnover. Carter was being held off the edge. We'll see if they start calling that or not. But then, yeah, big Zane Durant from Florida up the middle and makes the tackle. Makes the hit that forces the pass incomplete, excuse me. 2nd and 10 from the 48. Quarterback keeper, as they're just running a lot of RPOs offensively here with a backup quarterback. So they'll have the 3rd and 8. Come on, defense. 3rd and 8. So they can get a stop after the turnover. Going deep, and it'll be incomplete. Out of bounds with A.J. Harris on the coverage. So 4th down, they'll punt. Penn State going to get the ball back here. We'll see if they can learn from their mistake and not turn it over here again. Yeah, just push him out of bounds. I mean, in that situation, you know, the sideline's an extra defender for you on defense. 4th down, they'll punt. As they did on their opening drive. Penn State calls for another fair catch at the 11, so that's where they'll start this next drive with 7:19 to play in the opening quarter. So still tied at 0 here. We'll see if they can get a as good, if not better, drive going as they had on their opening drive and not turn the ball over and drive and score some points here and take an early, 3-7-0 lead. So, and especially with the weather, if it's really going to rain, the way they're saying it's going to, we'll see. So overall, if it does, because you also know how the weather is sometimes, they're calling for this, calling for that, and it doesn't do a damn thing. But, try to get as much as you can early, before, it gets too late, and then you definitely got to play, through all of the elements, with whatever it's doing, because it might get windy, might be doing this, might be doing that, who knows, but, and then, have to get your points, during all that too. So, once again, it's early, but just one play, one drive at a time here, get some points, keep, like I said earlier, with experience being one of the main things I think they can, take advantage of this afternoon, get some momentum and rhythm build up and, capitalize off of that with even more points and then build off of that in the next week and in the weeks and months to come, so, because it's a long season, but, you think, but no, it's Penn State football. It's always a slow start. It's nothing new. It's been like this for years. And, has never changed and probably will never change. But just, yeah, we'll see. Here's the new Big Ten commercial from coast to coast now, if you will, with Washington, Oregon, UCLA, USC, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Northwestern, Illinois, who Penn State plays next Saturday night, Purdue and Indiana, Michigan and Michigan State, Ohio State, of course we are Penn State, and then you have Maryland and Rutgers as well. And then, with realignment in college football, there's a few other teams they could very well add to the Big Ten if they'd, want to do so as well. But it's not what we, once knew it to be, with being all geographically, aligned, if you will. Because, it shows a big deal when Penn State joined the Big Ten. But Tyler Warren on the reception far side gets a couple yak yards and going to be right there at the first down mark. We'll see if they give it to him, but looks like second and short. Now they're going to show us some updates. We're seeing what's going on as well. So, yeah, we've known about that, but just haven't said anything to this point. We'll get to that in a minute. But, yeah, it's just the world and the sport we live in nowadays. 1st and 10. Handoff up the middle. Singleton, 12 yards, first down, Penn State. And they'll move the 6 again. Let's keep it going. And you can't, hold it against them if they wanted to go hurry up on that last drive and they end up just turning the ball over. Over the middle, caught, and Julian Fleming. Big first down reception as the sun's now coming out and starting to shine. At around, 4 o'clock. Thought it was supposed to rain at 4 o'clock there. But no, it's going to rain later, it feels like. In Kent State territory at the 46, 1st and 10. That's Fleming's second catch as an Lion. he's been used mainly in the blocking game here early this season, but had a catch 2 weeks ago against Bowling Green, and then that one there for a big first down. Pick up, of course, former 5-star recruit from Southeast Pennsylvania, and then was committed to Penn State, decommitted, went to Ohio State, and transferred to Penn State. They got him for 1 year, and then that's that. But no, but as I was saying, with them going hurry up, you can't really hold it against them, working that, just because so far this season it seems like it's, been working and going their direction, working out in their favor. They've been able to capitalize off of that and, score some points in the hurry up mode. Handoff, Singleton, good block by Reynolds, lower in the shoulder. Singleton gets to about the 40, 3rd down and 5 or so coming up. About 5 minutes to play in this opening quarter as well, I might add. But, then start this drive after the defense gets another stop. Here they go, hurry up again, and then, starting. You got to be balanced. You got to keep it, balanced. You got to be consistent. You can keep it simple, but you're also going to want to do whatever the fuck they're doing now. Oh, what the hell is this? And now timeout by Kent State, because Penn State, Kent State with their first timeout. Be 3rd and 5 for Penn State with 4:34 to play in this opening quarter. As it's raining when James Franklin has a hat on, because he never wears a hat any other time. And they've gone all out with Military Appreciation Day, because all the assistant coaches have USA flag patches on the side of their shirts, sweatshirts, jackets, whatever they're wearing, let alone, Army colored, Navy as well, Air Force too, but Army green colored hats. Which, for Penn State, you don't really see the coaches and, just whoever's on the sideline, sporting that look. Especially during a game, it's normally the one set look. It's a sweatshirt or a windbreaker, or, as I said, it's raining when Franklin's wearing a hat, because he never wears a hat. So Kent State calls a timeout. They're first. They'll have 2 left. What Penn State was doing on 3rd and 5, they motioned, it looked like at least 3, if not 4 of the linemen up front to the far side. They were going to have somebody snap the ball with either another lineman or a tight end on the near side. You had somebody else go in motion. It got real crazy, but then, got shot down real quick because they called the timeout, so we didn't really get a clear look at it, unless they show a replay when we come back here. But, if, they line up, potentially in that again today, which I doubt, or at some point in time later on this season, then we'll see it. And then we'll see if it works, which it probably fucking won't, but you never know. But they're going to have, power to the left side and, a lot of blocking to the far side and, try to get 6 yards on 3rd and 5 here, which still is because of the timeout. 3rd and 5, Aller now looking to throw. Pass caught over the middle. Liam Clifford, the little red dog, gets to about the 30-yard line. First down at the Lions. So once again, they're getting everybody touches here this afternoon. And now they go hurry up again. 1st and 10, Penn State at the 29. And then late whistle, snap, ball's out. And now it's a first down Penn State, but what the fuck? Why'd you blow it dead?
So let's go back to this play. This is right here. There's the wheel route to clear out, and then you're working.
Yeah, you had a guy come across, double cross on the middle, and a little bit of pick route, if you will. Yeah. So 1st and 10. After whatever the hell the refs just said, but we'll play on. Out of the gun, Aller will hand off, and Singleton to about the 20, 2nd and short. We might get a good spot. We'll see if they say 1st down or not. It might be 2nd inches. It's probably going to be 2nd inches. Yeah, he's short. So as we near the end of the 1st quarter here, Penn State's knocking on the door again. We'll see if they can get some points out of this rather than turn it over. So, handoff. They'll push the pile. 1st down. So just keep it going. You know, one play at a time. Work the sticks. Why not go back to that screen you threw the pick on? You know? I wouldn't mind it. You just got to execute it. You can't turn it over. But, you know, in the red zone, you're going to be running it, let alone go to the tight end. And down the seam, wide open in the end zone, touchdown, Tyler Warren. There you go. So, spot on for 6 points. Extra point to come. And, I mean, should add points on the opening drive, but I'll let it slide for the time being. But we'll get more into that a little bit later on. So Sahadak on to attempt this PAT. Snap, hold, kick, all good. Penn State leads Kent State 7-0 with 2 and change to play in the 1st. Yep. It's that play action. You get a good run game going, you're going to open play action, whether it be, you know, from under center, out of the gun. You know, you got mostly everybody getting touches. You're, you know, just keeping the defense off balance on their heels because you got guys going in motion this way, that way, running all around, just, you know, their heads on a swivel, and there you go. He's wide open over the middle, touchdown. So, yeah, 7-0 Penn State. Pull up some stats. Kent State's starting quarterback went down with an injury on the 2nd play of the game. Doesn't seem like he'll be coming back. But then Penn State obviously got the ball, turned it over. Kent State had to punt once more, and then Penn State just drove and scored. Aller, 7 of 8, 76 yards, and that touchdown to Tyler Warren, who has 2 catches, 26 yards in the score. Singleton, 6 carries, 39 yards. Fat Man, 2 and 9, and then Tyler Warren has a carry for 16 yards on that quarterback. Wildcat tight end, keeper up the middle for a 1st down. So, 7-0 Penn State. There's a highlight of USC Michigan. The Wolverines are up on Fight On SC. The Trojans in the Big House for the first time since the late 1950s. Blue leads 7-0, as does Penn State. We were tied with UCLA and LSU at 7. Commercial break with Arkansas and Auburn. And then, as mentioned, Utah, Oklahoma State just kicked off as well. So, flag on the play on a 1st and 10 for Kent State. And we'll see what this is. Personal foul, face mask on the defense, of course. So they say 15 yards, automatic 1st down. Yeah. I couldn't hear if they said 33 or 43. Because 33 is DDS and I done Sutton. 43 is Tyler Elsdon. 53 is Nick Dawkins, but he's the center on offense, so it wasn't obviously going to be him. But, all right, whatever. First and 10 from the 40. And Kent State, another quarterback keeper. And they finally bring him down after about an 8-yard pickup. Penn State defensively has had some trouble with tackling. They missed a lot of tackles a couple weeks ago. And it seems like they're still forgetting how to play football and tackle once again here today as well. So we'll see. I mean, shit. He had a guy, there's a highlight of the passing touchdown. Down the seam was wide open, deep, far side in the end zone. On the wheel route coming out of the backfield was wide open. Like, it's just all that movement keeps the defense off balance. You had 3 guys wide open on a touchdown, and he hit the first guy because he's, first one he saw and got him the ball, and was caught for 6. So second in the yard, maybe third in the yard now. Come on, defense, get the hell off the field. Just get the ball back, and a drive that would take us some time would be nice. Early, mid-second quarter. They're already with the lead. So third and yard, handoff, first down. And Tony Rojas on the tackle. I got one play here before the end of the quarter. Yeah. Game clock, play clock's about a half second off. They actually don't have to snap it. They don't want to. It doesn't look like they're going to. They will line up, but I don't think they're going to snap it. Yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End of the first quarter. So they'll flip ends. They don't have that far to go, so they're at the 46-yard line. So it'll be an 8-yard trek to the other 46-yard line. End of the first quarter, Penn State leads Kent State 7-0, and the Golden Flash have a first and 10 when we come back. So once again, thanks for tuning in and watching, as well as I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96. These are, in fact, my college football, Kent State at Penn State, live play, watch, along reactions. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, check questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. I was greatly appreciated as well. And also be sure to scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. So, Penn State leads Kent State 7-0. Michigan was on top of USC 7-0. UCLA and LSU 7 apiece. Woo Pig Suey on the Plains. Arkansas leads Auburn 7-0. And then Utah now in the Big 12. They are tied with Oklahoma State at 0. So the noon window was a lot of good games here at 3:30. Some good games tonight as well. And then we'll get into week 3 of the NFL tomorrow. And Penn State hosts Illinois next Saturday night.
Only DQ
So 1st and 10, Kent State here to begin the second quarter from the 46. Quarterback looking to throw. It's caught on the slant for about 5.
Yeah, when you're a first-time head coach, it's important to establish culture, right? And this is before the game to really ignite a spark in his team. He met his team midfield. And they have this jar full of dirt and pellets from their home field, Dick Stadium here. He's just trying to gain some momentum and get some confidence in these guys as they get ready for conference play. And Jake, I mean, you gave them some credit. They're holding their own here. And they're really trying to build.
So 2nd and 5 from the 41. Maybe a false start up front. No gain in the play. 3rd down.
Kenny Burns, we talked about his coaching staff and their Big Ten ties, and a lot of them go back to his time with PJ Fleck in Minnesota. Of course, one Wisconsin assistant there, but
Yeah.
no stranger.
Shit, Matt Linegrover was Penn State's offensive line coach there for a little bit. Now he's at Kent State.
Kenny Burns is mature behind it beyond his years. And said that he was born to be a head football.
And Kent State also has a Clearfield native on the roster, I might add, too. 3rd and 5. Pass. Oh, almost picked off. Incomplete. 4th down. So, yeah, Zakee Wheatley, 6. He's getting some playing time with Winston out. 10, not Singleton, but DeJuan Lane. You got to catch that. But, all right, bat it down. It's incomplete, 4th down. They'll punt. They're punting, right? Yeah, okay, I was going to say. Telling me they're kicking a long field goal from here. They might block one of these punts before the end of the game. We'll see. But Kent State going to down that punt at the 3-yard line. So they pinned Penn State deep, 13:30 to play in the first half. Nick Lions getting it back with a 7-point lead, but they're going to have ways to go here to score some more. Leave it at that. We'll see what happens. And just, yeah, hopefully the weather holds off until, say, after 7 o'clock, 7:38. Let it rain all fucking once then at that point. As of now, it's supposed to rain all next week here in central Pennsylvania anyway, so, let it do it then too, for that matter. Sort of need it, honestly, even though it's late in the, summer. Here we are, early fall, it's been nice a lot lately. Finally fucking cooled down. It's not 90, 95 degrees every damn day. It's hot down on the bayou though. UCLA at LSU. It's humidity. But yeah, Penn State hosting Kent State, final non-conference game for the Lions today here in 2024. Of course, come postseason, if they're in the playoffs, which you would think they will be, we'll see though. Technically those are non-conference games, but they're playoff games, bowl games at that point. But then USC's at Michigan, and it's not a non-conference game like UCLA LSU is. USC Michigan, shit, isn't even a Rose Bowl matchup today. It's a Big Ten game, which is odd, no doubt about it. Very, very odd. But it's just the way it is now, once again. And then, UCLA, LSU, Arkansas, Auburn, and Utah, Oklahoma State. We'll update stats and scores at halftime, recap, preview, everything that's going on in college football, so stay tuned. We're back from break. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 3-yard line. Handoff for 2. 2nd and 5. Why not take a shot? Go fucking deep. You know, I get you want to get some breathing room, but so they get the play call. Center up on the ball first, and the rest of the line follows. Quick snap, handoff, and a first down run to the 15-yard line. So, 1-2 punch with Singleton and the fat man, Katron Allen. All starts up front. Give it a blocked around the football. They're doing a pretty damn good job. You know, in that regard, it's nothing stupid. And out of the pistol, fake the give, Aller. All day to throw, and then he gets sacked. Jesus Christ. Just, what the fuck? Yeah, no shit. Yep. Yep. Well, the blindest blind man could have told you what type of injury that was with what happened. But in the meantime, after the sack, 2nd and 13. And out of like a half diamond, they hand off to Singleton, who was to the left rather than Katron behind, and they get a couple yards. So 3rd and 9. At least get some meaningful yards before you fucking have to punt the ball back to them. You know, because then they're just playing field position against you. Yeah, let's get 10 yards and a first down. And Aller going to avoid another sack. Rolls out and throws it out of bounds, incomplete. So 4th down, they'll punt. And Kent State defensively, they've come to play. I mean, I guess they are a little bit smarter than they look. Or that they're playing at 0-3 as well, getting beat by Pitt, St. Francis, and Tennessee. Maybe they've had enough. But, you know, like I said 2 weeks ago, for them, they're smart to use the same or a similar, you know, game plan as Bowling Green did. Because Bowling Green had Penn State right where they wanted them at and probably should have beat them, to be honest with you. Fair catch right around midfield, so Kent State ball 1st and 10, 10:39 to play in this first half when we come back as they trail 7-0 Penn State on top. But yeah, we'll see if defense can once again get another stop. But yeah, just offense here looking okay, but not good or great, I'd say. You know, they have, you know, no momentum. They have no rhythm. They're, you know, one play here, one play there, you know. And then even if they do get something going, it stalls out. You know, and they have nowhere to go. Like, it's just, it's nothing new. It's just how they normally always, you know, play to start the game. You know, slow, very slow start, and, you know, lucky to have some points on the board for one. Probably should have some more, no doubt about it. But then, you know, oh, guess what? Here we go again. So, I mean, I'm not surprised. It's just, you know, with all that being said, it could be so much, you know, better. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
to watch baseball is MLB Extra Innings. Get up to 90 live out-of-market games every week and unlimited access to MLB.tv. Get more strikes, more hits, big plays, and even bigger wins. Get your pennant race offer. Visit mydish.com/MLB or call today. It's all happening on Dish.
Trying on glasses using HopeKThrifts virtual try-on is so lifelike, so realistic, that you might not even be able to tell what's real from what's virtual. Yep, it's that. Virtually try on hundreds of styles at HopeKThrifts.com.
Kent State hanging in there in Happy Valley. Follow at B1G Football right now on X, YouTube, and Instagram. Get immediate access to the best highlights, features, teams you love. Don't wait any longer. Follow at B1G Football on social media. Right now, do it. I highly recommend it. It's a lot of football that comes with big conference. AT&T.
So from the 42, first and 10, Kent State.
Michigan, USC, Oregon.
47, excuse me. 47-yard line.
Really coast to coast.
And a gang tackle on a quarterback keeper as he got about 4 yards. So, on the right side of the 50, second down and 6. Penn State should have a live mascot. LSU gets away with it with a fucking live Bengal tiger. Why can't Penn State have a Nittany Lion? I mean, seriously, just go fucking trap a mountain lion in the damn woods. And, having an enclosure, near the stadium or inside the stadium, or, it only have to be on game days, and then the rest of the time it's going to be, wherever. It'd be fine in the wintertime. They survive outside by themselves, for God's sakes. 3rd and 6. Build them a fucking cave. Come on, defense. And a sack. Carter just spun him around, threw him down like he was a rag doll, and 4th down, Kent State, they'll punt. So, see your replay. Just, yep, down you go. Penn State's not even trying to block the punt. I mean, if they would, try, they'd fucking get to him and block it. Let alone tackle him. Like, you're going to get the ball with them damn good starting field position at that point. But 8.5 to play in the first half. They still only lead here 7-0. And we'll see what they can do here before halftime. Maybe, get a drive going, go get some points, and they'll get the ball back to begin the second half, I might add, as well. So, yeah, it's just, as I said at the start, a lot of Penn State fans are going to be expecting them, because Kent State allowed Pitt to score 55 against them, and they lost to St. Francis, and Tennessee scored 71 against them, that, Penn State's going to score, something similar, with them being a 49-point favorite. I don't think so. Have you ever seen them play? Like, that's what I said. I wouldn't be surprised if it did happen, but I wouldn't be surprised one bit if it didn't happen. Meaning them scoring, anywhere in between the spread of 49 and covering, which I give two shits, care less if they do, just find a way to win. But then, from that point to a few more to a few more after that. You know, like all that matters at the end of the day is the dub. From the 10, first and 10. And a quick pass complete. Tyler Warren spins a few times, breaks a couple tackles, gets about 5 yards. As they're on the sideline, making sure they have the official timeout clock that they now have on the field set for the next time we'll have a TV timeout. Of course, just always look for the red cap. But now you got the clock, you know, for how long this commercial break's going to be. Penn State actually, with the renovations as well, as they get a first down there at the 24-yard line. Aller all day to throw, going to step up, tuck it and run, slides for about 8, so second and short. They first off just added that we noticed a couple weeks ago, however they weren't working yet. That pass caught, Tyler Warren with a nice one-handed snag, and then got decked. Left, right, and maybe 3, and yeah, 3 for sure. Shit, even 4 feet in. That's a catch and a big first down, and might be a top 10 play. You know, with that wide receiver, the depth they have, but, you know, still really not getting, you know, a lot of big plays from the wideouts. Pump fake, Aller coming back across, step up, tuck it and run again here, it looks like. Now goes deep, has a man. Omari Evans, first down, Penn State inside the 20 from Killeen, Texas. 5 gets a first down for the blue and white. And I was about to say, as I said before, you know, because of, you know, really no big plays from the wide receivers, now they're going to hurry up here again. Hey, if you got to run 11, 12, 13, 14 fucking personnel, then so be it. Work the tight ends in and, you know, get them the ball. Tyler Warren, you know, other than the run games, Aller's one of his main targets. Aller in the end zone, incomplete. 10 for Wallace. Ball actually might have hit the goalpost. But no, Omari Evans seemingly has stepped up as that number 2, number 3 wide receiver this year. Something, you know, been hoping, you know, for him to do the past few years. But second and 10, Aller motions out. Warren gonna throw, caught Singleton, he walks in, touchdown. That's a good one. That's a good one. Who had Tyler Warren throwing a passing touchdown to Nick Singleton in today's Penn State game on your bingo card? Because I sure as hell didn't. I don't think anybody did. But he did tease the pass on the keeper he had for a first down run earlier. Yeah, let him fucking do everything. I mean, right now he is their offense. Yep, now he's throwing the ball. Sahadak on for the extra point. Kicks up and good. So we'll get back to the renovations as I was discussing there a minute ago. You see the unrivaled Penn State logo come across the bottom. Yeah, what a sequence that was. I think, honestly, that was going to be a double pass play. But they had, as they now have a 14-0 lead with 5 and change to play before halftime. Remember, they'll get the ball back to begin the second half, I might add, too. But what they had there was one trick play. But maybe too many guys in the backfield for an illegal formation. But the receiver was up on the line, it looked like, on the replay. Now we come back from a quick break. You're kicking off already. All right. Touchback, 1st and 10, Kent State. At least college football has kept the same kickoff. NFL had to change it because they felt like they needed to when they really didn't need to. But like I've said with that, do you think maybe you could have thought of, well, just rather than changing the kickoff the way you did, to move the kicker back a little bit more and have them still booming away as they're still doing? But college with the normal kickoff, touchback, 1st and 10, Kent State at 25-yard line. They're going deep. And it's going to be incomplete with Collins, Davian Collins from Mississippi State on the coverage, 29. No, that was an odd play for sure. But, of course, you have the line, you have the snap. Like I said, maybe too many in the backfield, but the receiver looked to be up on the line for no illegal formation at that point. Because Aller wasn't a quarterback. He motioned out, but he stayed in the backfield. And then they had, Warren at quarterback and then 2 backs. And then the snap, and then Warren with a quick pass to Singleton, and then he did the rest himself and walks in for a touchdown, as they had nobody on the near side. But Kent State, after they go deep, pass incomplete, they hit a slant there for a 1st and 10, so they'll move the sticks. But Penn State 11th in the nation in pre-snap motion. Just keep them defense head on a swivel. Like I said earlier, getting everybody touches. They took a shot, because remember, right before that, you had, as Kent State will hand off here, more missed tackles, and they finally wrap them up. But you had Aller find Omari Evans down the far sideline. But shit, even before that, Aller, tucked it and ran, got a couple yards, but then he hit Warren for that one-handed snag. That was seemingly the spark to continue the drive. You have momentum, and then the deep ball, and then the trick play for the touchdown. And then, Tyler Warren could snap it if he wanted to, but he's making catches at tight end. He's making runs. Hell, he just threw a touchdown pass. Put him out there on fucking defense. Maybe even let him, kick a field goal or an extra point. But that's what I was saying, back to just even with the depth they have, got a flag on the play. No foul on the play. And we've got a timeout by Kent State. You say Penn State, Kent State, it does sound similar, but timeout with 4:12 to play. And they went to the Steel City and lost week 1 when Penn State went to WVU and beat the Mountaineers. And like I said, then Kent State lost to St. Francis when Penn State beat Bowling Green. Penn State was off last week. where Kent State went to Tennessee and got blown out by the Vols, and then here we are today. But even with the depth they have offensively, from quarterback to running back, even up front, but at wide receiver, but still nobody, really stepping up, even though they're getting touches, nothing, major. So I said, if you go to work 11, 12, 13, 14 fucking personnel, run the tight ends, get them the ball, then so be it. As the sun comes back out, so might get barely any rain at this point, but it still seems like it's going to be some point in time in the second half. As quarterback keeper, loss of a few. Now this quarterback is injured, holding his left ankle. Might have rolled his ankle, might have broke it for all we know. So they're already down one quarterback. Now they might be down two. So the third string quarterback, he's even going to get more than just thrown to the wolves. He's going to have to maybe burn in hell for a little bit before he
30 seconds. We'll be back.
gets in there and makes a couple plays, because 3rd and 7 again, another quarterback coming in. They're trailing now rather than tied up. You got to be ready, no doubt about it, but it's baptism by fire. It really is. So we'll see if Penn State can capitalize off of getting after the quarterback here some more as well, and he has to be carried off the field, not stretchered off, but carried off to the sideline with a left ankle injury, it looks like. And then he just stumbled and rolled his ankle, it looked like. But then once again, the sun's coming out, so that's going to be beaten down, and the pressure's on Kent State. So 3rd and 7 from the 41. And a handoff and loss of 3. They'll punt. Penn State's getting the ball back here before halftime with 3 timeouts and 3 and change to work with to drive and score some more points here before half. Plus, they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. So they're up 2 scores, might be up 3, let alone 4 come, mid-3rd quarter for all we know. We'll see. Kent State on to punt. Kent State going to get some decent starting field position. And, tackled right away rather than a fair catch. So, nothing really different. 22-yard line, 1st and 10, up 14 with 301 and 3 timeouts in their back pocket. So we'll see what they do here before halftime. Plus, once again, they'll get the ball back to begin the second half. Just talking about the renovations there a little bit. We noticed a couple weeks ago, they put in a couple LED boards on the field level, and then in the south end zone on the upper deck to the sides of the scoreboard. But those weren't working 2 weeks ago. They now are. They said escalators are going to be working by the end of the month. Whether they were working today or not, I don't know at this point in time. We'll find out later. But then you still have next week, and then you have another home game after that. Like, they started on the road, and then you had 4 home games in a row, but you had the bye week last week, and then you got to go on the road, and then another bye week, then you go on the road again. Liam Clifford down the seam, big first down pickup for Penn State out past midfield, deep into Kent State territory now, and now they're starting to get a groove going. So put that needle on the record and let's make some fucking noise. 2-minute warning coming up here. We'll see if they snap it. They don't have to if they don't want to. What are we doing? Yeah, I think they wanted to run a play, but they're not going to get it off. There they go. 2-minute warning. Penn State leads Kent State 14-0. So rather than running a play with 20 seconds and momentum, they decided not to do anything. Even though it looked like the coaches wanted to run a play, but the players didn't. They're like, no, we're going to wait. I mean, you still have 2 minutes and 3 timeouts, excuse me. So, yeah, we'll see here. We'll see.
Here in PA, we know our football, hoagies, and beer. And then here's Dave McCormick.
I thought you guys needed to be introduced to Yangling. Yangling beer? Yangling.
Maybe if he'd lived here, he'd know how to say it. But McCormick's lived in a Connecticut mansion, made millions on Wall Street outsourcing jobs. Money he's using to try to buy our Senate seat. Dave McCormick.
Yangling.
He's not from here, and he's sure not for us. We said he was responsible for the content of his ad.
I'm your football obsessed best man. And I think you having your big day during the big game is the worst. Are you kidding me?
Physically, I'm right here. But mentally, I'm here. Yeah, I do. Come on, speed it up. All eyes are on you. My eyes are glued to the game. Touchdown, yeah. And if you didn't bundle your home and auto insurance, well, all of this could be tough to tackle. So get Allstate. Any better protected from mayhem? Like me.
I'm in the Ellen recruiter, and I'm looking for fans with good eyes, great speed. Once you stay focused, you miss a play. They go the distance for a game day, even when their team is winning. I'm always watching, always looking, trying to make my overtime dance. Because football is really football without you.
So a long 2-minute timeout, the 2-minute warning, whatever the hell you want to call it. But I guess they did have a couple quick commercials there just a little bit ago, so they're getting back to.
Want the latest on today's games? Just tell Siri. Show me
The norm is we're living on a prayer.
Back in Happy Valley, 2 minutes to go. Respotted.
So 1st and 10, Penn State, 2 minutes to play. Ball to 28.
Tyler Warren's been the guy today. Touchdown catch, touchdown throw.
And Warren in motion. And fake the run, fake the toss, dump off on a screen. Singleton far side, gets out of bounds on a pick of about 5. Gets out of bounds as mentioned, so the clock will stop. Yeah, 2nd and 5 coming up. They still got 3 timeouts.
A lot of attention on Warren. Gets out to his running back for a nice check down. So much time left. They have all 3 timeouts. Try and get a score before halftime.
And they'll run a jet sweep. And who is that? Fat Man gets about 3. Yeah, 3rd and 2 coming up. Got another injured Kent State Golden Flash.
Reach to his feet. Halftime's coming up. Make sure you stick around for the halftime show. Sponsored by HopeKThrifts. David Upson. Ashley Adamson. Marcel Reese. Highlights from this game, man.
Talking about a 10-second runoff, I believe.
Talked about this earlier. I would hit
So
myself.
Penn State declined that because of the injury by Kent State. Yeah, because you want the time on your side here, even with timeouts. So minute 41, 3rd and 2 with 3 timeouts. About 14.
Can't wait to watch it.
Aller going to step up and run. Gets a first down, gets out of bounds inside the 15. He's getting smart. He's going to tuck it and run. Yep. If nobody's open, just take off. So 1st and 10. Clifford motion. Aller over the middle, caught, touchdown. Liam Clifford on the reception for 6. As a shotgun on the touchdown celebration. Oh, we are Penn State. And from one Ohio, you know what, to another. Wearing Penn State blue and white. Touchdown. And snap with the hold and very high kick. Up in good. So 21-0 now Penn State. Right on the money too. Minute 29 to play in the half. I mean, shit, they could still very well potentially get the ball back if they'd get a stop defensively. They got 3 timeouts to use. Plus, they get the ball back to begin the second half. So, I mean, like I said, now they're getting going, you know. It always takes them a little while to wake up. Whether it's a noon game, mid-afternoon game, a night game, whether it's, you know, during the week because it's, you know, bowl game or, you know, Saturday, you know, regular season contests as the big uglies are out and about. From the 35, they'll kick off. We'll update stats and scores here at halftime. Penn State leads Kent State 21-0. And they'll boom it away, signal for a fair catch, and take a knee in the end zone.
That's one of those numbers that you probably never see that. That's the greatest run ever. Led by the incomparable Russ Rose. State Nittany Lions dominated the sport of volleyball in the late 2000s. The big story, the streak premieres October 18th, only on the Big Ten Network. The Fox Sports.
So from the 25, after the touchback on the kickoff, 1st and 10 Kent State. Show now 21-0. Come on, defense. Turnover would be nice right about now. And they're down to their 3rd string quarterback, remember. That pass incomplete. And number 7, Zion Tracy on the coverage. And yeah, now all the rain has gone south. So, never did I think I'd see Clearfield, Pennsylvania on a weather radar in the middle of a Penn State game, but hey, there's a first time for everything, I guess. 2nd and 10 from the 25. And Beeman, along with, Jalen Reed still in the back end at safety. So it's not like they lost both him and Winston. You know, Winston being out, so no doubt about a big loss. But Jalen Reed back there. Wheatley's been getting a lot of playing time even before that had happened. And then Zion Tracy was on the coverage there, far side. We also just saw... Is that 31 or 33? Because if it was 33, that's DDS. There's only 133. because if it wasn't, and say 31, that's Logan Cunningham, who was on that stop, I might add as well. So they do call a timeout. 3rd and 6. Minute 16 to play in the half. So they're going to try to get the ball back here if they can get a stop. They'll run it and about a yard. So 4th down, they'll punt. Timeout, timeout, timeout. Or that 31 might have been 91, which of course we know that's Devon Ellie's. Devon J. Thomas with Beeman 51. But like I said, it's still early, you know, and a lot of guys going to be getting playing time, some for the first time. So, like I've said before, yeah, know the roster, but then it's, well, who are they playing in this situation versus this situation? And then knowing numbers, you know, prior to this year, and then they always switch, you know, numbers, you know, late in camp and shit. Sometimes even because you have a double or a triple of a number, you know, it's like, well, it can't be this guy, it has to be that guy. Penn State on the punt return from the 15. Saunders, 20. 25 before he's brought down. And then fumbled it out of bounds. So they got one timeout, up 21 with 59 seconds to play in the half. And a good 75 yards to go for 6. You know, you're looking at about half that for a field goal. You know, you probably want Sahadak, though, within the 30-yard line, though, to be honest with you. You don't want to have him kick a long 30 or long 50-plus yard field within the 35-yard line. Pass complete near side. Warren. So 2nd and 5. They love this pistol formation. And going deep, far side, has a man at the 45. And they'll say he got out of bounds. Harrison Walls, 1st down, Penn State. They don't wind the clock, so got out of bounds. They still have a timeout. Now they'll wind the clock. Go. Yeah, wasted only 2 seconds. Aller down the middle, caught. Fleming, 25-20, down to the 15, 1st down, Penn State. And no doubt about it, his biggest Penn State catch this season and of his career. You're going to hurry up again, Aller. And a pump fake again, tuck it and run. And out of bounds to the 5. And they got a 1st and goal now at the 5-yard line with 25 seconds. Overall question, where the hell has this been at? Like I said, though, they love the hurry up because it does work in their favor, it seems like. And it's, you know, really good, fast, and strong right now. You know, shit, they just went from the 25 to the Kent State 5 in, 35 seconds? On, 3 plays? 1st and goal from the 5. Got to score. Pass, ooh, incomplete, 10 for Warren. So 2nd and goal from the 5. Got to score. I mean, if it comes down to it, you got to take the points, kick the fucking field goal, then so be it. But, you know, no doubt about it. Yeah, would love 6, would love a touchdown right now, extend the lead, get the ball back, you know, 2nd half, score then too. But just nothing stupid. Don't be turning the ball over now. Don't start shooting yourselves in the foot. Remember, you only got one timeout. So get out of bounds. If you know, can't get, 5 yards for 6. So 2nd and goal from the 5. And they'll fake the run. Aller going to keep it himself. He walks in, touchdown. So everybody is getting a little dose of this and that today. And now they lead 27-0 as we near halftime. And the sun is shining, and it's not going away. Because the rain has since passed us by, has moved south, and not going to be a factor the rest of the way. So Haydak on for the extra point as Thompson will hold. As actually Dundee has not punted yet today. Because remember, their opening drive, they turn it over, and then since then, they've scored 4 fucking touchdowns. And it's been 6 years, not 7 years, but since the last time these two teams met, and just turning into a highlight reel now. A lot of plays to talk about. There's really not one that I don't think, stands out above the rest. They're all good, when they're, going for positive yards. It took them a little while to get going, but 3 touchdowns, that's 21 points in the last 5 minutes and 34 seconds. Yeah, they were up 7-0. Now they're up 28-0. With 15 seconds to go. And that only took less than a minute. And they, called a timeout in the meantime, but they got out of bounds. Hey, the sidelines are in front of that situation. They finally realized that. Thank God. I get it's against Kent State, but at the same point in time, this game still ain't over. But you got to build off of this moving forward. You got to be doing this against everybody you play. If you want to be, considered with, the best of the best. But then also the, good teams find ways to win. And they did 2 weeks ago. They had to come back and do it. And now they got a, 28-0 lead going into halftime because Kent State's going to take a knee here. And Penn State's going to get the ball back to begin the second half. So, Kent State's in a hole. They're down 28-0, obviously. They lost their starting quarterback on the second play of the game. They just lost their backup quarterback to an ankle injury. So they're down to their 3rd string. And then Penn State was only up 7. Run game's there, but we're more pass-heavy today than I think they've been all season long. Aller had a strong game at West Virginia. But they're, like I said, getting everybody touches. They're making, some plays that normally you really wouldn't see them make. We going to get a halftime interview here or not? Yes.
42 plays from your offense in this first half. How pleased are you with the control that they showed here?
Yeah, we're much more efficient right now,
Yep.
which I love. We're still showing that we can be explosive.
Yep.
We've been better on 3rd down, and we're distributing the ball around
Yep.
playmakers, which is also great.
Yep.
Glad you mentioned playmakers because Tyler Warren, he's just showing off a receiving touchdown, a passing touchdown. What does he mean to this offense?
He's the best
A lot.
in college football when you talk about complete tight ends.
James Franklin says Tyler Warren is the best tight end in college football when you talk about complete tight ends. But yeah, they're efficient. They're getting the ball moved around. Explosive plays, as he mentioned. 42 first downs and 21 of them, 42 total plays and 21 of them are first downs. So that's, 50-50. That's right there, 500, 50%. And, once again, they're getting the ball back here to begin the second half. So, we're going to be bearing any, comeback. A lot of a lot of players in today's ball game. A lot of experience, hopefully, going to be gained from it. But yeah, they're just, like I said, that the drive where Warren made that one-handed snag on the sideline, that was their spark. And then they scored 3 fucking touchdowns in 5.5 minutes after that. One on that drive, and then of course 2 more after. But because before that it was 7-0. You know, who knows? They cut the lead. If they tie it up, like, you're relying on your defense still. But no, offensively, once again, it took them a little while to get going, but they're clicking on all cylinders now. It feels like I said, they're getting everybody touches. We'll get into the stats here in a minute, but Aller's distributing the ball, just not by handing it off to Singleton and Fat Man, but passes complete to Harrison Wallace, and Julian Fleming's had a couple big catches today. Omari Evans, Liam Clifford with a touchdown. But it's Tyler Warren at tight end. They do remember having an interception, Bo Perbula, on a tight end screen on the opening drive, or else, shit, who knows? They have points on that drive too, and they're up, 35-31-0 here at halftime rather than only 28, plus still getting the ball back to begin the second half. They have not punted yet today, whereas Kent State, they have on every drive. They're down to their third-string quarterback. We'll see if they come out in the second half or not. Joking aside, we know they will, but, honestly, best of luck in the MAC the rest of the way. Would like for them to win a few games, no doubt about it. Makes us, blowout at halftime, maybe a blowout win, look even, better than, it's probably not going to be. But, Tyler Warren offensively, 2 weeks ago he had 150 yards receiving, which set a new Penn State record for most receiving yards by a tight end. And now today, we'll get to the yardage along with him and, everybody else with individual and overall team stats. But he has a receiving touchdown to go up 7-0 down the middle, wide open, down the seam. And then he just threw for one to Singleton, who has that receiving touchdown. And then Aller threw one to Clifford, and then he just ran one in. And then once again, remember, they had the turnover on the opening drive, so they potentially, because they were driving then too, they were going hurry up, and they were pretty explosive, getting a lot of touches, and they've kept that up, but then they turn it over. Or else, once again, they'd have 7 points there, and they're up 31-35-0. So, yeah, those points left off the board. It's not really that big of a deal right now in a game like this, but it's a big deal in a bigger game, later on in the season. You still can't turn the ball over. And surprisingly, they haven't, been able to get any turnovers defensively off of Kent State. Even though they've been able to get pressure, they've, injured 2 quarterbacks. Hopefully they're both okay. Of course, neither was intentional. The one was just an awkward landing. He hurt his knee, and the other rolled his ankle, as he was running a quarterback keeper. So they're down to their third-string quarterback. Penn State's stopping the run, but continue to get pressure, just get the hell off the field. Defensively, they're, winning time possession battle, right now too. Just because of that, the offense is grooving and they're driving and scoring points. 7-0 with a couple minutes to play in the first half, and then they go scoring 3 touchdowns in 5.5 minutes to go into halftime up 28-0. And once again, they're getting the ball back to begin the third quarter. So at halftime, Penn State leads Kent State 28-0. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live play-by-play watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. thumbs up button if you're enjoying, share, and chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always great, appreciated. And also be sure to scan the QR code behind me if you haven't done so already. So at halftime, Penn State leads Kent State 28-0. They are the Brian Danielson to Nigel McGuinness. That'll take place at Grand Slam. If you know, you know. You know, Penn State's the Joker of Jack Nicholson to Michael Keaton's Batman. You know, because survey says halftime Penn State leads Kent State 28-0. So as these stats load, and as we'll also take a look around college football, Kent State through 3 quarterbacks passing as a team, they're 2 of 8 for 18 yards. And they have 17 carries for 23 yards rushing. So what, not even 50 total yards? And then they had a fumble, but they recovered it. They do have the interception, so that's the good thing going for them, I guess. But they've punted 6 times, and not that good either. So Penn State, you know, decent starting field position, but they have been backed up a few times, yet they've still been able to drive. Drew Aller, 16 of 20, 250 yards passing, and not 1 but 2 passing touchdowns, plus a rushing touchdown. So he's accounted for 21 of the 28 points. And then Tyler Warren has the passing touchdown to Singleton, who has 2 catches, 22 yards receiving to go along with his 8 carries, 51 yards rushing. So, yeah, Aller, 16 of 20, 250 passing, 2 touchdowns, 1 to Tyler Warren, the other to Liam Clifford. Clifford actually leads the team in receiving with 3 catches, 64 yards, and the score. Warren has 1 of the 2 Aller passing touchdowns on 5 catches, 50 yards, and the touchdown, but he's also 1 of 1 passing for 17 yards, and the passing touchdown to Singleton, as mentioned, who has 2 catches, 22 yards, and the score. Singleton on the ground, 8 of 51 rushing. The fat man, Katron Allen, 6 of 36. Drew Aller, 5 of 26 rushing, and the rushing touchdown just prior to halftime. Tyler Warren also has a first down run for 16 yards out of the Wildcat. So he's been doing it all from receiving to rushing to passing and scoring touchdowns. Liam Clifford is mentioned, 3 of 64 receiving and a touchdown. Fleming, 2 catches, 60 yards. He's shown up today. Tyler Warren has 5 catches, 50 yards, and a touchdown. Omari Evans, 2 of 42. Harrison Wallace, 3 of 29. And Nick Singleton, 2 of 22, as mentioned, for the touchdown as well. Bo Prabula has the INT for Penn State that Kent State still could not get anything out of. So Penn State could have had points on the opening drive, but they turned it over. But, I mean, that's really, even though it's a turnover, it's bad. They're +2 in turnover margin on the overall season now. That's nothing compared to everything else good they've done. So it's outweighed, been outweighed by just all the passing attempts, all the completions, all the rushing yards, all the receptions, all the touchdowns, just all the good that they've done. You know, that's outweighed the INT, even though, you know, you still don't want to turn the ball over. Abdul Carter has 4 tackles, 1 for a sack, also has a half a tackle for loss with Jalen Reed. Denied Dennis Sutton also has a sack. So technically they have 2 sacks defensively and 3 total tackles for loss. See, the return game for Penn State, both kicking and or on the kickoff return game and the punt return game, to begin the game, they had the kickoff go out of bounds. A couple penalties have, you know, been hurting them too. That's not good either, but, you know, everything good has still outweighed that. But, you know, still just, you know, got to clean up their act in that regard there. but they still have no return game, kickoff or punt return. You know, Caden Saunders back there calling fucking fair catch every single, you know, kick. And then he's, you know, fumbling half the other times. So I don't know if they want to look into that or not. But, I mean, shit. Once again, on the opening drive, they turned it over. That could have been a scoring drive. They could have got a, you know, at least a field goal out of it. But, you know, interception, Kent State, nothing on the flip side. But, so Sahadak, long story short, no field goal attempts, but he's 4-4 on his extra points on the 4 scoring drives. And I guess Riley Thompson has punted once, it says, for 38 yards, which, why don't I remember that? I don't know. But, yeah, they have 4 touchdowns, 3 of them passing, 1 rushing, and 28-point halftime lead, 28-0. So, as they'll get the ball back to begin the second half, I might add, too. Overall team stats, yeah, they have 42 plays, and 21 of them are first downs. They're 4 or 5 on third down, which that's pretty efficient. And, I mean, this is the main thing. From 267 passing yards to 18, and 129 rushing yards to 23 in favor of Penn State to Kent State. They have 396 total yards to 41 in this first half. First half, not the game, the first half. So, I mean, they're on pace to potentially, you know, which I get in the second half, it'll dial back a little bit. But, you know, this keeps up. They're on pace for 800 total yards today, which that's something that, if it has happened, it's been a while. I can't remember the last time they should even put up over 5 or 6 for that matter. Let alone 7, make it 8, you know, but they're on pace. You know, to do just that, up 28-0. I mean, you're looking at 56. You're looking at 31-35. You know, maybe 62-70. You know, anywhere in there. If they would have scored earlier, but they didn't. But oh well. But yeah, 396 total yards to 41. Did turn it over once. They have both penalties that are called in this game, 2 for 20 yards against them. But they're winning the time possession battle, 16-30 to 13-30. So, I mean, even with all that, you know, being said, they still are up 28 points. So, yeah. 28-0 at halftime, they get the ball back here to begin the second half. And as we thought at some point in time, you know, halftime into the third quarter, you know, with the rain, as it rained a little bit earlier, but nothing major. The rain now has all shifted south, so it doesn't seem like it's going to be a factor at all the second half, so they can play through. So take a look around college football. We have since already recapped the previous few weeks, even though Penn State was off last week. I did that during NFL coverage. So what we're going to do now is just see what the hell's already happened this week, from Thursday night to last night to the games today, see what's ongoing right now, see what's to come tonight, and then preview next week. And then also the NFL for tomorrow. And be sure to tune back in tomorrow for NFL Live, play-by-play, watch-along reactions live here on YouTube as well. But thus far, it's officially week 4 in college football. We've had South Alabama beat App State Thursday night, 48-14. Last night, Stanford won at Syracuse on a game-winning field goal, 26-24. Washington State won at home in double overtime against San Jose State, 54-52. And Penn State's next opponent in the Illinois Fighting Illini next Saturday night went to Lincoln, Nebraska, and beat the Cornhuskers in overtime, 31-24. Another one-loss game, one-score loss for Big Red, as it was their 400th consecutive home sellout. They had their chances to win that game, as there was a touchdown earlier that they called interception, and then there was a missed field goal because of laces weren't out. They were in, so the kicker completely, hooked it wide left, knuckleballed it. But just prior to that, they missed a wide open receiver in the end zone that could have been the game-winning touchdown, let alone the game-winning field goal. But then the game goes to overtime. Illinois scores on the opening drive, and then all Nebraska did was go backwards, and then that was that. So Illinois beat Nebraska in a top 25 matchup last night, 31-24 in OT. Thus far today in college football, in no particular order, these are the games that have just since gone final, and then we'll get into the games that are ongoing and still what's to come tonight and then next week as well. But Central Michigan beat Ball State in some action, 37-34. Kentucky beat Ohio 41-6. Army with a 37-14 win against Rice. Tulane 41-33 win at Louisiana Lafayette. Cincinnati shut out Houston 34-0. James Madison was up big at halftime over North Carolina. The Tar Heels did come back, but it still wasn't enough, as JMU beat the Tar Heels 70-50. Jesus Christ, 120 points scored there. Maryland beat Villanova 38-20. Indiana 4-0 beat Charlotte 52-14. Florida, they're 2-2 now after a 45-28 win at Mississippi State. Clemson put it to NC State, even though the Wolfpack did come back late. 59-35 your final score there. Ohio State beat Marshall 49-14. Eastern Michigan with a 36-0 win against St. Francis. Virginia on top of Coastal Carolina 43-24. And then Iowa State beat Arkansas State 52-7. As these continue to upload and update, we got right now, some scores could have just changed, but right now, Kansas leads West Virginia 28-25 late in the fourth quarter. Temple on top of Utah State 45-29. Jacksonville State with a 44-7 lead on top of Southern Miss. Nevada 35-3 on top of Eastern Washington. As we know, Penn State leads Kent State 28-0 here. Michigan, with probably the surprise right now, leading USC 14-3 at halftime. Another surprise is UCLA and LSU are tied at 17 at halftime. Notre Dame 14-3 lead over Miami, Ohio. Louisville 17-14 lead over Georgia Tech. We got Northern Illinois coming off their upset win at Notre Dame a couple weeks ago, leading Buffalo 14-3. Arkansas at Auburn. Hogs are up 7-0 still. Rutgers leading Virginia Tech 16-7. Central Connecticut and UMass tied at 21. Pitt's leading Youngstown State 42-10. Got Texas Tech 17-10 on top of Arizona State. Navy's leading Memphis 35-17. UTSA 31-7 leading Houston Christian. Utah 10-3 to Oklahoma State in their first Big 12 game on the road. And then Duke leads Middle Tennessee State 28-10. Vandy at Mizzou is 10-7. Commodores, the battle of the Big D, Dallas, Texas. SMU leads TCU 9-0. And Colorado State 7-0 on top of UTEP. And then we'll get into the games to kick off later on tonight shortly, along with preview next week, as We are kicking off now this second half, 1st and 10 for Penn State from the 25-yard line. And I believe, both coordinators, with James Frankel on the sideline, both coordinators with Andy Kotelnicki on the offensive side and Tom, not Tim Allen, but Tom Allen, former Indiana head coach, Penn State's new defense coordinator this year, as he's been on the sideline, he's now also up in the booth as well. So Penn State gets a couple yards there on the first play of the second half. Second and 5, up 28, ball 30. So we'll see how this second half goes. Honestly, just get out, healthy and move on to next week. Handoff, Fat Man. He runs into his own lineman. That's Sal Wormley, 77. But they still get a first down out of it, so that's all that matters. Trips in a bunch near side from the 36, 1st and 10. Handoff, Fat Man again. And K-Tron gets 5 to the 41. So they're getting 5 yards a pop here on the run.
So 5, 6, another 5 yards. 16 yards on 3 carries. K-Tron Allen will open up the second half. Give some credit to the offensive line here too, right? I mean, behind every great run game is a group of 5 individuals that probably don't get enough credit. That time I saw you wanting 5 yards down the field, the left guard just driving somebody.
So 2nd and 5 from the 41. And Aller going to step up, going deep for the Thunder. He's got Evans at the 10. And he walks in. Touchdown, Penn State. There you go. There's the home run hit. Oh, and 15 just hit 5 for 6. We saw Shohei Ohtani hit 51 the other night with his 51 home runs and 51 stolen bases. And he's not done just yet. But with 13-13 to play in the third, Penn State, a couple plays into this second half, they score on the opening drive of the third quarter to extend their lead to 34. Hopefully, knock on wood, cross your fingers. Sadak makes the extra point. It is up and good. 35-0. So, boom. And a good block. Yeah, good block by Fat Man. And then all Evans did was run a go route down the middle of the fucking field and right on the money, into the breadbasket. Caught, touchdown. So, another passing touchdown by Drew Aller. And he should be over 300 yards passing now, I might add, too. He was at 250 at halftime. So, get a stat check on that. Because we fact check on YouTube here, unlike other places. If it loads, come on, let's go. And it's 35-0. I just need the yards. Yeah, 309 now for 3 touchdowns on 17 of 21 passing. And he's got 26 yards rushing and a touchdown. So he's got what, 330? Yeah, 335 and 4 scores total. So we'll see if the defense now can get another stop. But we'll get back to it shortly. So we'll also, in the meantime, get back to all these other college football games still to come tonight. And if this also loads, now it wants to give me trouble for whatever reason. Come on, man.
College football is steeped in tradition, and the backbone of it all is honey baked ham. I mean, look, you got big skins. Yeah, perfect spirals.
Well, as that loads, here's what's going on in the NFL this week 3. You already had the Jets beat the Patriots 24-3 on Thursday night. Had a couple former Penn State offensive linemen in that game. tomorrow you got the Giants and Browns, Packers and Titans, Bears and Colts, Texans and Vikings. Eagles, Saints should be good. Chargers, Steelers should be good as well. Broncos, Bucks, Panthers, Raiders. Miami's in Seattle. Baltimore's in Dallas. San Fran will be in LA. The Lions and Cards. Chiefs, Falcons is Sunday Night Football. And then we have a Monday Night Football doubleheader with the Jags and Bills and Washington and Cincinnati. So now back to these college football scores, and still what's to come. Well, we're going to have to wait again, because now Penn State scored 5 touchdowns, scored by 5 different players today. Aller has 3 passing touchdowns, and he's also ran for 1, so he has the rushing touchdown. But then Warren has a receiving touchdown, as does Singleton, as does Clifford, and as does Amari Evans now. So big plays are back for Penn State. Last year they had 6 40-plus yard plays in the regular season. Already, so far this season, they have 6 as well. So, I mean, you're looking at, probably tripling, quadrupling that number if that keeps up. And that's explosive. It's high-powered and stout as this defense is, and the offense is going to hum like that potentially. They got to click on all cylinders. They got to get momentum and rhythm built up and groove, make some noise. They'll be fine. Rely on special teams when they need to. Hand off for a yard. And number 40, Anthony Specca from the 4-1-2 on the tackle. They have him in playing linebacker. So Kent State, 2nd and 9 from the 26. And a handoff. And flag on the play. But Specca and Elsden and on the stop. And they'll say offside on Penn State. And 50's Alonzo Ford, if I'm not mistaken. He's a transfer from Old Dominion. Yeah, that he transferred in before last season, but got hurt and was out all last year. So they're getting playing time for everybody now, getting a lot of experience, which is a good thing to have. So 2nd and 4. So all the penalties have been called against Penn State, I might add, today, but they clean that up, turnover. They're doing everything else right. They're good. So 1st down. DeJuan Lane and 14, Tyrese Mills on the tackle. 1st and 10. And they'll run it again. Specca's in there, just a tackling machine. I mean, that's nothing new for Penn State linebackers from the Pittsburgh area. I mean, look at Poslesny, look at Sean Lee, that have also worn, a 30 or a 40 type number at linebacker for the blue and white. Let alone Dan Connor, wearing that 40 as well, and he's on staff. So 2nd and 6 from the 44. Another handoff, And then Specker right there on the stop again. Just tackling everybody up. He's a true freshman.
We were watching Illinois, Nebraska Friday night. They got a real special quarterback in Luke Altmaier. They got some great receivers outside, Pat Bryant and Zachary Franklin. So they're going to challenge and test the structure and identity of this Tom Allen aggressive man-to-man defense.
So 3rd and 4 now for Kent State. 10 minutes to play in the third quarter.
There's Landon in the box. He's got the tight end man-to-man. The backfield pressure.
And pass deflected with the pressure. It's incomplete. 4th down, they'll punt. Who got to him first? Elsden, yep. And then Izzard, the Lizard. Watch, this is for a fake, but just don't jump off sides here. It's 4th and 4. 5 yards is the first down. And fair catch signaled for by Penn State at the 9-yard line. And rather than Caden Saunders back receiving punts, we talked about that at halftime, that, hey, maybe, change that up just because it's always a fair catch by him, or he's muffing, a couple out of bounds, let alone now it's the second half, you have a lead, you're getting experience for a lot of guys. Number 83 was back to receive that punt. That's Jake Spencer. So, fair catch though still for Penn State. 1st and 10 at the 9. We'll see if Allard gets in and is playing quarterback or not. I mean, we might get Perbula here. I mean, they gave him a drive. They drove and scored. He's thrown for over 300 yards. Rushed for almost 30. Has 4 total touchdowns. I mean, get him some rest, I guess. But, I mean, he might get back out there for another drive or two. But you just don't take any chances, because give Perbula some playing time. Of course, you're not going to see Jackson Smolik 14 at quarterback because he's hurt as well. But Ethan Grunkmeyer, 17, also from Ohio, who they have a quarterback, could very well see some playing time late in this 4th quarter at the conclusion of this game, depending on what happens from now until then, of course. But yeah, we'll see here. But 35-0. They get another stop on defense. Kent State really doesn't have anything going for them. They got the interception on the opening drive off Penn State, but still couldn't do anything with it. They've punted every drive in this game. So, if Penn State could, like I said, defensively get a turnover or 2 off them, it'd be nice. Get some points off that as well, but would be even better. But now this offense just continue to build off what you have. You've done a pretty damn good job to this point to, get the 35 points that you have, even though it did take some time. But it does look like Allar's going to be done. Yeah. And Tyler Warren might be done too at tight end because they have depth at that position. They'll have Perbula in at QB. We'll see about Singleton and the Fat Man. They have Cam Wallace also at tailback that we'll see today probably at some point in time. But Singleton for 9, maybe 10 yards on a sweep. Gets a first down, it looks like. And then even the receivers, they'll probably keep them in for a little bit. I mean, but this is Perbula now working with the, starters for the most part. But first and 10 from the 20. Trips near side. And handoff Singleton for a yard. Yeah, it looks like Warren's going to be done at tight end. You're going to see a lot of Khalil Dinkins and a lot of Luke Reynolds. They're already showing off the schedule on TV. We're not getting to that right now. We'll talk about that later. It's still Kent State the rest of the way. It's get out healthy, but then it's Illinois next week. You know, I'm not getting into anything past that right now. I'm just not. Even though I know what it is, I'm just not getting into it. 2nd and 9 for the 21. They'll run Clifford on a sweep now near side, getting the receiver some rushing yards. Big hit out of bounds, but a first down. So they'll move the sticks. Good block. Good block by, who was that, Dinkins? Yeah, they've come on strong today. So from the 33, 1st and 10, Perbula, quarterback keeper. Gonna get about 7, maybe 8 yards. Walls helps him up. So don't want to confuse, I know I just mentioned Cam Wallace. He's the 3rd running back. He'll get in at some point in time here in the second half. They're still running Singleton and Fat Man, but he played against West Virginia a little bit at the beginning of the year. But of course, you still have Harrison Walls, Trey Wallace at wide receiver number 6. And there's Fleming at wide receiver number 3. Clifford, Evans been getting touches. Hell, shit, they both have touchdowns. But I mean, of all these, you know, players that are going to get more playing time, handoff Singleton up the middle, big first down run. I mean, you really want to look at the offensive line, you know, because if they're going to be thrown in there, you know, later on this year for whatever reason, you know, can they get out there and block and do their job? You know, protect the quarterback, you know, open up a hole and, you know, run the football. Flag on the play, yeah, I thought so, okay. And then Perbula, another quarterback keeper, gets 15 yards on a Penn State first down, but penalties. And all the penalties have been called against Penn State today, I might add. So, I mean, that's going Kent State's way too, but.
Now they're over 300 yards for the second time this quarter.
So what's this penalty? It's going to be against Kent State. They're going to decline it. Illegal substitution on the defense. Yeah, penalties decline. First down. And then an offside on the defense. Yeah, that's declined as well, just because they got 15 yards on the run. So, all right. I mean, Kent State just got 2 penalties called against them, but they're both declined because of the first down. So they still think they don't have any penalties called against them. Where all the other penalties have been called against Penn State. But just keep moving the ball. 6.5 to play in the third quarter, up 35-0. They score again here, the crowd's going to empty out because it's towards the end of the third quarter. Handoff, Fat Man, 3 yards, maybe 4 yards, and cloud of dust up the middle, second down.
Go back to my time playing against Penn State, 2015, 2016. And, you know, the question up front was the depth on the offensive line. You can go back to when James Franklin first got here and some of the scholarship limitations.
Yep. Yeah, well, I just mentioned O-line too, getting playing time now, yeah.
Long time coming to rebuild the big fellas, particularly on the offensive side of the ball. You know, they lost a first-round talent, Logan Fashionet, to the NFL last year. These 5 guys, they rotate 6 or
Low
7
snap, handoff though,
good starts this year.
and Fat Man gonna keep pushing, even though he's being drugged down from behind to the 13-yard line, goes 13 for a first down.
All runs behind that big offensive line.
Just, yeah, keep running it. Keep running it, man.
Starters that they had to replace. They've allowed 2 sacks over the course of the season. So they've done a nice job of pass protection. This is when Penn State, I feel like, puts their aggressiveness on that offensive line of the run game, and they're really pushing this defensive front. You talked about it earlier. They've got a 60-pound weight advantage too. That's obviously a big piece of it.
More motion on a sweep. They fake the give, pass, caught, touchdown. Dinkins. So Perbula now has a passing touchdown to his credit today to go along with his interception. So that makes up for that. still should have more points on the board because they've scored on every drive other than that. And then there's the depth at tight end.
It looks exactly the same, right? That's the vanilla ice cream. But it was a different personnel, a different formation.
So, snap, hold, kick for the extra point here. All good again, 42-0, Penn State on top of Kent State. 4:55 to play in the third quarter. So, yeah, they bring up ice cream. They bring up Andy Kotelnicki and his opening press conference for Penn State, you know, talking about a blizzard offense. It's going to be a little this, it's going to be a little that, but we're going to put it all together and it's going to be sweet. And, I mean, that's sort of how the offense is run today. I mean, it has. I mean, they're all over the place, and they're moving the ball, and they're scoring points. So it's what matters. Update some stats here once again. But I mean, Kent State's honestly with as good as Penn State's pass attack is today, that Nick Saban was probably still playing DB for him, like he did back in the 70s. But 42-0 now. And Allard done for the day, 17 of 21, 309 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. Also 5 carries, 26 yards rushing, and a touchdown. Tyler Warren has a pass complete for 17 yards and a touchdown as well. That was to Nick Singleton. And then Pabula now 1 of 2, 13 yards and a touchdown. That to Khalil Dinkins with the 1 catch for 13 yards and the score. So between 3 different passers, 2 of them quarterbacks, 1 a tight end, they have 5 passing touchdowns and a rushing touchdown, that by Allard, 5 of 26 and touchdown. Singleton, 11 carries, 81 yards rushing. Keyshawn Allen, 11 carries, 66 yards rushing. That's balance, folks. That's consistency in the run game. They have 339 yards passing and 223 yards rushing, so do the math. I mean, shit, because, I mean, they were nearing, 400 total yards in the first half, on pace for 800 total today, if it would keep up. And now they're halfway there and still a couple minutes to play in the third quarter, plus the whole fourth. I'm not saying it's going to happen by any means, but yeah. But, now it's really defensively continue to get a lot of guys reps. Yeah. So there's the sun has been out for some time now after it rained a little bit, but not much. So we'll update some other scores and preview what's still to come momentarily, so stay tuned for that. But Penn State on to kickoff. Touchback.
Tomorrow's stream women's volleyball live on Big Ten Plus. They're ranked the Lions host Yale. Now on televised live across Big Ten. You can see this season on Big Ten Plus. Subscribe right now. BigTenPlus.com. Penalty offsides Penn State.
Offsides on the kickoff, of course. Just stupid shit like that, man. So 1st and 10, Kent State the 30 now after the touchback. Yeah. Exactly, but it's going to matter eventually. Pass incomplete. Hearing footsteps from Lane and Collins and Tamir Robinson, who's also from Pittsburgh. So incomplete, 2nd and 10.
Because great sport, it's hard enough to win when you do everything right. Even harder when you make those mistakes. Again, the penalties don't matter today.
Handoff on a draw, maybe a hold, but Specca on the tackle.
And he's taken down by Anthony Specca.
So 3rd and 8.
We were worried about the weather.
Now the sun's shining, yeah.
We even got a rainbow for a little bit there, a small rainbow.
Yeah, see, there's those new LEDs to the right and left of the south scoreboard above the upper deck. Put in a couple new screens there. And a rollout. And pass thrown away, out of bounds, incomplete, 4th down, and they will punt. Specca's, I know he's wearing Dan Connor's 40, but he's playing like Puzlesny, but he's tackling like Sean Lee. So, early first game for him. Oh, Jesus Christ. Let that go. Don't run up on it and muff it and then recover it yourself. Luckily, they will have it 1st and 10 when we come back. But, back to Specca, he's, showing signs of all three. Reminded me of those three at least. I don't know about all Yens, but, yeah. See what happens. Perdue, I would think, will, still being a quarterback. Give him some more playing time. I would think both backs are going to be done. They might even start rotating some receivers in and out. But yeah, just move the ball, drive and score. So. 42. I know the spread's 49. Who really cares though? Just get out with a win and get out healthy. So that's what matters in a game like this. All right, back to these scores. A couple games that we had scores on that have since gone final include Temple beating Utah State 45-29. West Virginia beat Kansas 32-28. And then everything else I already mentioned for final scores, from Thursday night, Friday night, and so far today. Live right now, ongoing in college football. Maybe we'll get to see him again, maybe not. Back from break as well. There we go. All right. Jacksonville State's going to beat Southern Miss 44-7. Yes, it did. And Penn State offensively, Perdue will hand off. Cam Wallace, 26. He's from Georgia. He didn't play at Georgia, but he's from Georgia. Played a little bit against WVU. First touch today there for 5 yards. So your line, you're going to have Rucci, 72, be your right tackle. 50 is Cooper Cousins at right guard. Rucci is from Pennsylvania. His dad played at Penn State. He's a transfer from Wisconsin. Cooper Cousins is from Erie. Penn State with a timeout. So they'll have a 2nd and 5 coming off the timeout, up 42-0. The rest of the O-line here in a minute. I believe I saw 56 out there, which, yeah, that's J.B. Nelson. He'll be at left guard, I do believe.
Second teamers in. And see what they can do. Still cheer on these guys. It's the depth. It's building depth. Getting game reps.
We're connected. We're good. Sorry for the technical difficulty with the buffer disconnect and reconnect, but we're now going to have an incomplete pass. So 3rd and 5.
Completion for Penn State's quarterback for today. The depth, you mentioned the depth. I mean, that's the difference between the good teams.
Who's playing left tackle? That's the question. Trips far side out of the pistol with Reynolds in motion. Cam Wallace behind Fabiola. They might have jumped off sides. So, yeah. An automatic first down for Penn State. See Evans out there. Also see Tyler Johnson at wide receiver, number 8. Offside on Kent State. And that was on Oliver Billett, number 14. Of course he got a penalty called against him. Here's a highlight. Oh, shit. Michigan's up on USC 20-10 now. And LSU's up on UCLA. From the 48, 1st and 10. Handoff. Cam Wallace hits the hole down the far sideline. First down, Penn State, out past the 40 to 35. God damn, it might be coming back for a hold. Got a flag on the play. Yeah, holding on Penn State. And 74 is the left tackle. See, we were trying to figure out who the hell that was. That's Javon Williams. Yeah.
Penn has had just 3 champions in the last 8 seasons. Penn State took the title and a trip to the Rose Bowl 2016. But since in Ohio State won a conference 4 straight years. Last year it's been Michigan.
But, so that's your offensive line. Tight ends are still Dinkins and Reynolds, it looks like. And Paviola's quarterback, Wallace, tailback. See Evans, Johnson, and there's somebody else at wide receiver. 4. And it's not Terrell Golden. But it's the true freshman from Philly, Tyseer Denmark, who was committed to Oregon and decommitted and stayed home here in PA to go to Penn State. All right. So that's who is out there right now, you know, getting some reps as my hair is continuing to blow in the wind. 2nd and 12. Fake the give. Fabiola gonna pass complete to Luke Reynolds, and he gets, you know, about half of that 12, but another penalty. So we'll see what this is. Yeah, they just shoot themselves in the foot with penalties today. After the play, personal foul on Penn State. That's also on Javon Williams. That's 2 on you. You're not going to be playing next week. That's 2 missed calls, though, too. But that's, yeah. He said he could stay at home. Is that what he said? But so it's after the play. So, well, the first down should have counted. You have the personal foul, but it's 3rd and 19. Fabiola, pass dropped. So they'll punt. So penalties just killed that drive.
And it ran the punting unit off for a second time. That personal foul killing that drive.
Yeah.
Penn State.
Or else they would have had a third and whatever, and not a third 19, and would have been able to convert. Yeah, Franklin's pissed at Javon Williams.
Penn State defender ready to legs. Play him out. But James Franklin might be having a word.
Yeah, he's going to be in the doghouse. So Riley Thompson, the Aussie, on to booming away. We'll see where they mark that.
42-0 Penn State. Now, defensively for the Nittany Lions, and they're having to deal
As
with
Franklin will get his
Kevin Winston. You got some guys that are switching positions.
glasses to sunglasses switched.
Linebacker to a defensive end.
But Kent State's going to have a 1st and 10.
Defensive end last year. Led FBS with 111 tackles for loss and 49 sacks last year. They were so disruptive. That was the Mendigia's defense.
From the 28, officially.
It's still aggressive. It's just a pretty different structure. It looks a little bit different.
And, ooh, boom, big hit right away. Tamir Robinson, 24 on the tackle.
Robinson, freshman linebacker.
Yep. Played at Brashear down in Pittsburgh.
Another guy that Penn State's really high on.
He's more so coming off the edge rather than playing linebacker, but
Wearing that green dot as a freshman, that's a big deal.
well, technically he's a redshirt freshman, but yeah. 2nd and 9. Under a minute to go in this third quarter. And another handoff, a couple yards. 12 on the tackle. That's Jonathan Mitchell on the hit. If you know, you know. So John Boy with his first Penn State tackle. Can't make this shit up, folks. You just can't. 3rd and 5. And that'll probably do it for the third quarter. So at the end of 3, Penn State leads Kent State 42-0. We're going to continue to update some scores. So Michigan was up on USC. LSU's up on UCLA. Arkansas leads Auburn 14-7. And Utah leads Oklahoma State 10-3. So let's see if there's anything else that has since gone, final in the meantime. I don't think so. No. So once again, these scores are what I have right now. Could have some movement one way or another. In the past, few minutes since I've last updated this, but Nevada leads Eastern Washington 42-16. As mentioned, we know Michigan's on top of USC right now 20-10. LSU 24-17 leading UCLA. Arkansas is up 14-7 at Auburn, and Utah is up 10-3. About to score again at Oklahoma State. Notre Dame's on top of Miami, Ohio 21-3. Louisville 24-17 lead on top of Georgia Tech. 17-10. Northern Illinois leading Buffalo. Rutgers leads Virginia Tech 23-7. Central Connecticut's up on UMass 28-21. Pitt 45-17 lead on top of Youngstown State. Texas Tech 24-10 against Arizona State. Memphis and Navy in a close one, 35-30 for the midshipmen. And the third quarter. Also the end of the third quarter, UTSA leads Houston Christian 38-7. Duke 35-10 on top of Middle Tennessee State. Mizzou trails at halftime 13-10 against Vandy. SMU on top of TCU 17-7. Colorado State just scored 13-3 against UTEP. And then East Carolina and Liberty are tied at 0. Monmouth and FIU just kicked off. And then in about an hour or so, and then all the other games still to kick off later on tonight. You have Miami, the U, the Canes are in Tampa taking on the South Florida Bulls. A purple battle in the Big Ten, Northwestern and Washington. Florida Atlantic and UConn. Cal's at Florida State in the ACC, which is, talk about odd. Florida A&M and Troy. Tulsa, Louisiana Tech. New Mexico State, Sam Houston State. Toledo's at Western Kentucky. Wyoming, North Texas. Tennessee, Oklahoma is ABC Saturday Night Football. Bowling Green, Texas A&M. Akron, South Carolina. Iowa's at Minnesota for the Pig with Floyd Rosedale. Got Georgia Southern Ole Miss, Louisiana Texas. Michigan State at BC, Boston College for the Wells Crowther Red Bandana game. Baylor, Colorado, Fresno State, New Mexico, Purdue, Oregon State. Got Portland State, Boise State on the blue turf. Kansas State at BYU later on tonight should be good. And then Northern Iowa and Hawaii from the islands at midnight. And then you have a couple penalties on this previous play. So as we start the fourth quarter, Penn State leads Kent State 42-0. And John Mitchell was the one with the penalty called against. So 1st and 10 for Kent State from the 43-yard line. And Kent State will run it. Tackle for loss. Be 2nd and 12. As they gang tackle him, I'll give Ford the credit. Big number 50. Yeah, he's a hoss, that's for sure. I'd say so. That's pushing Wolfwork level before too long. Spice Adams, if you will. 2nd and 11 from the 42. And pass caught and dropped, incomplete. With 21 on the coverage for the blue and white. That is Vaboy Toure. Let's learn about Vaboy Toure. 21, he's a safety. True freshman safety from Jersey. 3rd and 11. And hopefully I pronounced that right. But 3rd and 11 here for Kent, early 4th. And a handoff on a draw, nowhere to go. 44 and 54 for Penn State on the stop. That being Xavier Gilliam and Jalen Harvey. 4th and 12, Kent State on to punt. Let's get some, returns going. They have no return game this year. None. From the 10. And Saunders back out there returning punts. And he's got, all right, 23 yards there on that return before he's brought down. So, be 1st and 10 Penn State when we come back, up 42-0 with 13:16 to play. Get that in order. And as we updated scores, previewed what's to come still tonight. Now, this is next week in college football. Kent State's going to host Eastern Michigan. Penn State's going to host Illinois next Saturday night. So be sure to tune in live right here on YouTube for those live play-by-play watch-along reactions. As we'll update, just with the game the way it is, we'll update final stats and scores when we go final. But 42-0 here, early fourth quarter, with a lot of backups in, a lot of players getting playing time and experience in today's game. Just hoping nobody gets hurt, obviously. So as I wait for this to load as well, we will see what we got next week in college football, in which it seems like right now, because today the noon games are 3:30 games are good. Next week, Penn State's on Saturday night. The Saturday night games are going to be good because we'll have Penn State, Illinois, along with Alabama and Georgia, and we'll be watching both of those, side by side. Also next week in college football, as we've already previewed the NFL tomorrow as well, we'll talk more about that then. So be sure to tune back in. We'll preview next week for the league tomorrow as well, so stay tuned for that. But Buell's still here at quarterback. From the 33. And a handoff. Wallace, nowhere to go. So second and long. Yeah, we'll get into next week's games here shortly. So stay tuned for that. Got a couple midweek games, and then another college football Saturday to close out September. Hard to believe we're already a month into the season.
The floor's been raised, the ceiling's been raised. Okay, Penn State, you had to play Ohio State and Michigan every year. You don't play Michigan this year.
From the 32, second and 11. Buell hands off, then fakes the pass. And a couple yards. Still third down. We have 63 in up front on the line. That is Alex Burkmeister. I don't know if he's in for Williams, who's getting his ass chewed out, or not, but Buell's pass down the middle, high, but caught the 45-yard line. What a catch. Of course. It says we're running. Screen's froze. We're going to find out here in a minute. Pause the game in the meantime. Of course, has to be frozen that way. God damn. What the hell? All right, there we go. There we go. We running? We good? Somebody say something. Somebody leave a comment if you can hear me, see me. Yeah, it looks like we're good. All right, we just missed a couple minutes. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. Still pisses me the hell off, though, with what happened. Yeah, we're good. All right. Well, I'll get it like that, I guess. Things maybe a little better, not too high up. That's all what it normally is. There it is. Okay, that's good. Yeah, looks better. Anyways, all right. Technical difficulty. Wasn't expecting that to happen. Normally, it's a buffer disconnect, reconnect. This time, it's the stupid overheating issue that it, just does what it does. I have no control. And then I'm like, all right, shit. Once it, does what it does and cools down, because I had that happen way back when. I haven't had that happen in forever. But shit happens. It is what it is. I'm like, I'm gonna have to restart this. Was planning on it. I don't know what was said, let alone seen, and I know it froze there once it sort of got back up and running. But it seems like we're good to go here. So I don't even have to stop it and restart it by the looks of it, so 5 minutes later, rather than make it 10, I did end up pausing it. And we're gonna play from here, but yeah, that's that. Hopefully it doesn't happen the rest of the way. So I guess we're just gonna have to finish watching this game and then just hurry up with a recap, so I know for sure that it won't happen again. But I mean, it's fine for 3 hours, and then it decides to shit the bed. But that's just technology for you. So I don't really think there's anything else to be said. I just thank God at least I don't have to stop it, restart it, and go from there, because that was what I was just planning on doing. And then I'm like, oh wait, hold on, it's coming back and catching up with itself. Like, it obviously just froze, even though it kept going, and then once it started to click, it froze again. I'm like, yeah, that's what I think I said. Oh, it has to be that image. Like, my face is like literally the whole screen, or half the screen. Because I'm checking on it, making sure everything's working right, and it seems like it's working good now. All right, yeah, we're good. So leave it at that, but just at least I don't have to stop, restart, and go from there. This is just a smooth transition, with a little bit of a delay. Maybe 6.5 minutes now in between. But so where we left off was Penn State up 42-0. Pass was caught by Luke Reynolds down the middle, and I was just saying, and then caught out of the corner of my eye, it had stopped and was doing what it was doing. Because normally, like I said, it's a buffer disconnect, reconnect. But this time it was one of those damn phone overheating issues that you have no control over. And shit, you don't even have control over the buffer disconnect and reconnect. When that does that, that's just the fucking internet fucking up. And that's why I said it's fine, and then it has a mind of its own. It just makes you mad and pisses you off, because it's technology. It's good, but it sucks at the same point in time, and it sucks when you need it to be good. But yeah, Luke Reynolds had just made this spectacular catch down the middle of the field. I was just saying, the tight ends making grabs like that today, because we had Tyler Warren's earlier today on the sideline, and then he had his there at midfield, and then had a play since then. It was pass complete, Tysier Denmark, and yeah, that's a pass, a catch on the visiting sideline near side for another Penn State first down. So 10:38 to play. Game shit might even fucking be over by now. But Penn State 1st and 10 from the 20. We are a couple minutes behind because of the technical difficulty with a little bit of a delay, but we're back up and running. So at least this is all one stream. I didn't want to, have it, cut into two. let alone 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know, as you know, sometimes it's had to be, but slant caught Evans down at the 1. Now they say touchdown. No, just short. Just short half-yard line. Or else Amari Evans would have had another touchdown reception today. See a replay. Yeah, he's down right there. Yeah, he's short. Are they going to look at it? Are they going to review it and think and hopefully tell us something good? But they won't overturn that. He's short. Yeah, he's short. So, okay, it's still only 1st and goal. They're not even going to look at it. Penn State out of the pistol. Handoff, Wallace, touchdown, Penn State. And there's your 48. Potentially make it 49, you know, to cover. Well, it would be a push at 49. They'd have to, you know, score a couple more points here to officially cover. But 9:21 to play. So, yeah, we're back up and running. It's all the same stream. If anybody was watching, turned it off, tuned back in, shit happens. It's a Haydax extra point, up and good. 49-0. Yeah. That was the catch I was talking about before. You know, it did what it did, and then we see the pass to Denmark, and then the pass complete to Evans at the goal line, and then the rushing touchdown. So the good thing with all that, and I was smart about it and didn't let it run. I paused it, and I'm like, okay, we can get back to it here within a couple minutes, and you know, just continue to watch the game and still not miss a beat as they show off some highlights coming back from break. And now the defense out there. Kent State, 1st and 10 from the 35. So they obviously fucking either had a penalty on the return or a kickoff out of bounds, which I probably expect the latter. But 49-0. See if they can hold the shutout. Still want to preview next week in college football. Obviously, if we don't get to it today, we'll get to it tomorrow with a full preview of both college football and the NFL for next weekend. Just be sure to tune back in tomorrow for NFL live play watch along reactions, and then also next weekend and in the weeks and months to come. Obviously, it's football season, so handoff on a draw, maybe a yard or two. They got 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6 coming up. 3rd and 7, they say. Gonna give them a yard. So.
That's a straight coach if I've ever seen one right there. I bet he's always on time. But he's very organized.
On time, he's probably always early.
NIL deal with throw lozenges too, maybe? If not. Maybe that's
3rd and 7 here for Kent State. And pressure, they get to him, ball's loose. They say incomplete. No, fumble. Penn State has it. They're running it back. And that's a defensive touchdown because they never blew it dead. Yeah, defensive touchdown. 23 is Anton Belgrave Shorter, wearing the number recently worn by Curtis Jacobs. So they get a defensive touchdown to put them on top and over the 49 that the spread is at 49-0 to get the 55 that the over-under is, depending on where you look. But then that's the defensive touchdown to cover for anybody interested because they say pass, no incompletion, strip sack fumble basically, ball's loose. They never blew it dead. He's smart enough to play to the whistle, picks it up, and they ran it back a good 35, 40 yards for a touchdown. But guess what? They're going to look at it previous plays on a further review. They're going to think about it, and hopefully they tell us something good. And Belgrave Shorter is also a true freshman defender from the Sunshine State. So we'll continue to fast forward here through past couple minutes, just because we, are getting back up to date here. Oh, of course they reversed it. So no defensive touchdown for Penn State. So, well, it was third down anyway. It's going to be fourth down. They'll punt. Penn State's going to get the ball back. So let the offense drive and get that touchdown for 56. So Kent State on the punt. And like I said, if they were actually running at the punter, they'd be blocking a couple of these today. Fair catch by Penn State at the 17-yard line. So first and 10 lines with 7.5 to play, up 49-0. We'll see who's in the quarterback now. If it's going to be Purbulla still, or if they're going to throw Grunk in there. And Purbulla still in at quarterback. So he's getting some quality time because he played against West Virginia, but it was mainly just the fourth quarter. Not half the third and the whole fourth. First down run, make it 2nd and 5 or so. Cam Wallace again on the give. The program record is 711 total yards offensively. They're at 654 today. That's a 98-year record. Of course, 98 from the 9th to the 20th yesterday. 98 years. 98-year record might be broken. They had 711 yards against Susquehanna back in 1926. They got to get 712 to break it. Purbulla on a keeper. And he gets a first down run. But that's another 46 and 57. Yeah, they're at 667 now. Program record's 711, even though Sheets is better. So 11:33. They need 45 yards to break the all-time total yards record for a single game and have over 700 total yards today. Purbulla's pass caught. Another first down, another 13, 14-yard pickup. That's number 12. Yeah, Anthony Ivy at wide receiver makes the catch. So, everybody's getting into the game today. 682. They're getting close. You need a scoring drive to break it. You can't settle for a field goal. And you can't be going backwards. But you need 18 and 11. You need 30 yards, which they're at the 49. So, they can manage to get that if they'd want it with 5 and change to play here. We'll see. There's 2 more. Yeah. And now Cam Wallace is slow to get up. So hopefully he's okay. We'll see who replaces him at tailback, because it ain't going to be getting Singleton or Fat Man back in out there, because they've been rested up too much. Because then they probably start to cramp up. I think he just got rolled up on. So they're getting close to the all-time total yards record offensively. If they can get inside the 20, they'll have it. And this crowd will probably go nuts if they know about it. Which they probably do. Yeah, it looks like he just got rolled up on. So once again, I'm a little bit behind. 5:20 here to play. Game might be over. Probably is over by now. But, because we had a little technical difficulty there just a little bit ago. Knock on wood. Don't jinx it again, but hopefully that doesn't ever happen again. Hopefully Cam Wallace is okay.
Talked about how Cam Wallace was really starting to emerge. He is up on his backside.
Is it his right or left leg? Or did he get his bell run?
39 yards on the ground and a touchdown for Wallace.
So he's going to get up. Yeah, hopefully he's okay. Because he's the third back behind Singleton and Fat Man, Katron Allen.
Coach right there helping Bob carry his helmet off. He's trying to flip wing.
It's his left leg is what it is.
There's no easy task.
Pull his quad, roll his ankle. So he's going to gingerly walk off
Help him off the field.
with some help.
51 Hakeem
And now a couple teammates are going to come out and literally pick him up and carry him off the field.
presented the flag to his mom, who's
There you go. We are Penn State.
his teammate Cam Wallace.
Just don't drop him. Just don't drop him.
The main fan over. That's a team, man.
Yeah.
That's a team.
Yep. There's no lying team. And he's getting the help, so they'll return the favor eventually.
On Military Appreciation Day, there's Hakeem Beeman.
Yep.
Really, really special moment with his mom before the game.
And Perbula will hand off. That's 25.
Huge.
Quentin Martin, true freshman back from Eastern Pennsylvania.
Yeah. But now second guess.
So, 3rd down and 8. Can they get the
27
all-time total yards
should be.
record or not? They're going to come close. They got to convert first off. Perbula, quarterback keeper. He's going to get a first down right at the 40. Yep, they're getting it. Getting close. 693 to 711. Yeah, come on. Get a 20-yard run, 20-yard pass. With 4:09 to play, I might add. Up 49 now.
Penn State allowed 740 yards last week against Tennessee.
Out of the pistol. They're going to drain the clock if they can.
That's the play. Time, combination.
Schaffler in at tight end, 18. Quarterback, keeper. Perbula's pass. Ooh, incomplete. Intended for Tyser Denmark. Flag on the play. It looks like Perbula got hit late. Got a roughing the passer foul on Kent State with targeting, maybe, please. I mean, you can't do that. I mean, I get it's football, you're gonna get hit, but when the roll is what it is, and they call it any other time, and then you don't call it now, it's like, come on. So 1st and 10, Penn State, but that penalty, I mean, oh, now you got another penalty. But the thing is, where are they at? Now they're gonna look at targeting. All right. No, but depending on where they're at on the field, you know, yard-wise, and then they need, 18 yards to break the record? That'd be something to do. I mean, 98-year record. Go out and do it if you can, if you're that close. But,
He's definitely attacking the force. I'm I'm just not sure if he gets him in the head.
We'll see if this is targeting or not. They didn't call it on the field. They just called roughing the passer. But, I mean, that's right to the face.
Head neck area. That's going to be the question. Now, that angle looks like he may get him right in the head. That sideline shot, this one's
Well, the thing is, any other time they'd be calling the penalty, so why not? Well, he had a guy wide open going down the near sideline, too.
That looks like textbook targeting, right? Looks like the crown.
this angle here.
Yeah. No, but,
Forceful contact to the head.
you know, because those penalties might... It's targeting as well with the personal foul, but 15 yards were already tacked on, so he's just ejected now. Yeah, so they thought about it, think, and yeah, they told us something good. So, 1st and 10, but it's where they at yard marker wise. Can they get those yards after that penalty to potentially get this record? Once again, because I'm a couple minutes behind because we had a technical difficulty during the last touchdown drive. So I paused it and we're getting back up to speed. 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Yeah, they're going to be cutting real close. Martin to the 20, 19-yard line for 5, maybe 6. Where are they at yard-wise? 699. They need 12, make it 13 yards to break the record. They need 13 yards to break the record. They're at the 19-yard line. They sort of got to score, at least get inside the 5. Martin on 2nd and 4 for a yard, maybe 2. All right, they just went over 700 total yards. But under 3 minutes now on 3rd and 2. Watch them get a first down, and they'll take a fucking knee, and they'll come up like a yard short. They need 11 yards. They're 10 away from tying. They need 11 yards to break this total offensive yard record in program history that was set in 1926. 3rd and 2. They'll run Martin again. He gets a first down. But guess what? We have the 2-minute warning coming up. 39 first downs today, too, for the blue and white. Now 5 yards away, 6 to break it. Come on, you're so fucking close. Watch them take a knee, though, out of the 2-minute warning. Or get a playoff here and get your fucking 7 yards. Get 6, 7 yards. Out of the pistol. And Martin going to lose 4. God damn it, now they're going backwards. Yeah, oh well. 2-minute warning. They won't throw either, because that'd be running up the score. They need 8 yards to tie and 9 yards to break now. 2-minute warning. Commercial break. We'll fast forward. What, 2nd down, 3rd down? Oh, yeah. They're so close. They're so far away. So, what the fuck? Why did it take me the whole way back to that? Now we gotta fast forward back to live TV again. It took me back to where I paused it at when all this shit happened. When all I did was hit one button. Fucking technology. All right, 2-minute warning. So we'll play it from here so it doesn't do anything crazy again. Yeah, we'll just keep that nearby.
Thanks so much. Football to Big Ten Network is brought to you by White Claw. Grab life, find a claw. Please drink responsibly. And by Auto Owners Insurance, simple human sense. Chance to watch some history in Happy Valley. Got our chaps on and we're ready to ride. 8 yards to go. Sorry, 9 yards.
9 yards to go to tie, but they need 10 to break it. 2nd and 13. Perbulo handoff, Martin. And far side, he gets out of bounds. It's going to be 3rd and 8. Yeah. So where are they at now? That's all anybody's worried about. Even though Martin, oh, that's a face mask, but you don't want the penalty yards. You want the actual yards. So 3rd and 9. They need 4 yards to tie, 5 yards to break it on 3rd and 9. And Martin. And he's going to get it and down to 1. They just broke the all-time offensive total yards record, though, in Penn State football history. A 98-year record was just broken from 1926 to 2024. Almost scored it on a touchdown, too, I might add. But Quentin Martin down to 1 yard line. And then we got an injured defender down. So they got a 1st and goal at the 1. They know the spread's 49, I might add, too. So 717 for total offensive yards today. Previous program record was 711 back in 1926. So they break it by 6 yards. I mean, because as I said at halftime, they almost had 400 total yards. They were on pace for 800 if, everything kept up. Obviously, you're going to get all that, but, you come pretty damn close. You do break the record. Now you got a 1st and goal at the 1. Once again, they know the spread's 49. They know the over-under is right around 55 to 58, depending on where you looked. So are they going to make people happy? Are they going to make people mad? If you had the over, if you had the under, if you had the spread at 49 for them to cover, or is it going to be a push at 49 if they just take a knee? Or obviously, where the hell did this injury occur? Oh, right there. He ran into his own guy. But it's 1st and goal Penn State. But then, obviously, do you kick a field goal? It's 52, but it's still running up the score. Kicking a field goal here, rushing it in, touchdown, so on and so forth. You look at it over under, the spread at 49 to push, or if you had them to cover, okay, you want them to score. If you had them to at Kent State plus the points, you don't want anything else to happen. So injured, player, hopefully he's okay, but minute 44 to play. Now they're going to bring the cart out, it looks like. Or no, the cart's going back for Penn State into the locker room. They already stretchered off somebody earlier today, too, I might add. But, 717 offensive yards for Penn State today. I've done that. I think we've all done that in NCAA a time or two. So that's nothing new. So those records have been broken. It's just, it took them literally 98 years to break the actual record in real life. Just so obviously don't go backwards. Don't lose, 7 yards and then you're short one. So they they might take a knee rather than, actually run a play and, because people would be saying, well, you're running up the score line at that point. But so wonder what Neil Brown's thinking right about now. They got a big dub though today, but anyways.
Tough start. Really tough schedule to start the year. And now with the injuries today, tough start.
So hopefully he's okay, obviously. And we'll see him get hurt.
It's a positive sign, thank goodness.
But 49-0. Penn State's got a 1st and goal at the 1 with a minute 44 to play. And I'm sure the game's over by now, so I'm not looking at any comments. I'll get to them in a minute. But 409 yards passing, 308 yards rushing for 717 total yards, which is a new program record offensively. But yeah, wow. But no, 1st and goal at the 1. We'll see what they do here, if they do actually run it or in or take a knee or do what they do. I don't know. people are going to be pissed they take a fucking knee. They're going to run a play. And they will. Hand off. Martin actually, Perbula keeps himself, and he walks in, touchdown. So the spread was 49, over under right around 55 to 58, once again, depending on what you had it at. But 55, extra point to come, make it 56. Like, they're going to cover. The over's going to hit just by them. They set an all-time program record, new program record for offensive yardage with now, what, 718 rather than 717?
That's that next piece to unlock at a conference play.
And extra points up and good. So 56-0. So they'll kick off. Kent State's going to get the ball back. Susquehanna? It's Susquehanna. Yeah, it's right down the fucking road. Like I said, during a Penn State football broadcast, I didn't think I'd see ever on TV them showing off a map, let alone a radar from earlier with the weather, you know, and seeing all these, you know, small towns that we already obviously know about, but yeah. Penn State first won on September the 21st against Altoona, the Athletic Association in Altoona, way back when. And then in 1926, they set a program record against Susquehanna University. That was now broken today for all-time offensive total yardage with 718 yards. And they only allowed, what, less than 100 against Kent State? So, like I said, do the math. You're plus, you know, in that. Didn't win the turnovers, didn't win the penalties by any means. You should be winning time possession. But, I mean, shit, you only punted, what, once or twice, turned the ball over once. Yeah, penalties were killers on a couple drives, but they got a lot of people involved today. Scored a lot of points, you know, with the 8 total touchdowns. A lot of passing touchdowns. Both quarterbacks have rushing touchdowns, though. Both quarterbacks have passing touchdowns, at least one, if not more. And then, you know, you have a rushing touchdown, and just so on and so forth. We'll get to the stats in a minute, but just, I mean, I get it's Kent State, but if they can do this against, you know, whoever, then watch out. I'm not saying they're going to by any means, but these will be the final couple plays. So officially with a minute to go, yeah, we're a minute and a half behind. So I did basically get back up to live TV anyway. You know, it wasn't too far back. Yeah, they're going to shut out Kent State, unless they score here. Highly doubtful. For the second time on this very date, September the 21st, but then the third all time. And then they've also added to the shutouts on this date overall, too, because they had 3 shutouts. Yeah. So make it 4 shutouts on September 21st. 2 of them against Kent State, and then they've also shut out Kent State 3 total times in program history. And 56-0 is going to be your final score. Final 10 seconds. And yeah, post-game handshakes, 3, 2, 1, win. We are Penn State. They're 3-0. Host Illinois next Saturday night, so be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube. Kent State falls to 0-4 with the loss. Getting shut out in back-to-back weeks at Tennessee and at Penn State. And they also lost to St. Francis and then at Pitt. But Pitt only scored 55 on Kent State. Penn State scored 56 for what it's worth. Eat shit.
This crowd
Um,
juiced up.
so
Let's go downstairs. Brooke Fletcher's got James Franklin.
James Franklin post-game interview, see what he's got to say.
718 total yards on offense, a new program record. With efficiency like that, where can this offense go?
Well, yeah, and then not only that, 67 yards on defense. So
Yeah.
we played a complete game.
Yep.
We controlled the clock.
You're plus 680 something, or 660 something. Yeah.
Some good things, a ton of stuff to learn from. Defensively, I think the only thing we didn't do is hit a turnover today.
Yeah, no turnovers. They turned it over once.
Complete game, special teams as well.
Yeah. Yeah, special teams was good on all the extra points. Didn't kick any field goals. They scored.
We got a ton of guys.
Yeah, that's the main thing I think today. They got a lot of experience,
Spread the ball around as well, so I'm really proud of that.
and they stayed healthy, other than Cam Walls going down late.
Build off of the production you had today.
Well, we're going to enjoy this for a couple hours and
Yep.
get back to work on Sunday.
Yep.
Thank you.
Illinois next Saturday night. It's going to be a top 25 matchup next week.
Fun day in Happy Valley for Jake Butt, Brooke Fletcher, our entire crew. Jeff Leverett saying so long after a dominant performance. The Penn State and the Lions are improved at Bloomington next week. State Farm postgame show.
So that'll do it for the Big Ten Network. Kent State gets shut out. Penn State wins 56-0. Your final score. Yeah, the main thing was they got experience for everybody today, and then they set an all-time new program record for total offensive yardage with 718 yards. All right, let me read some of these comments if there were any. I thought I saw a couple coming through. Okay, yeah. When we were all worried about the rain earlier, and, you know, obviously it did rain a little bit, but then it went south, and, you know, there's no weather delay as they show off highlights. We'll update final stats and scores here in a minute. Obviously had our own delay in the fourth quarter, technical difficulty. It wasn't a buffer disconnect, reconnect. It was a heating issue with the device. Why, I don't know, but and rather than having to stop it and shut it down and, you know, get it back up and running and restart it, it obviously just, you know, kept rolling. I know it was froze there for a little bit. I'll have to go back and watch it and see how it actually looked and if you could hear anything in the meantime or not, because I don't know if you could. I know what I was saying on my end, but obviously, you know, on the flip side. But hey, another win, so a win's a win. They're 3-0. I got 9 conference games coming up now, with another bye week in about a month. You know, they're running the football well. Today was a lot of passing. Yeah, like Franklin said, even with the 718 yards on offense, which is a new program record, they broke a 1926 overall year record from 98 years ago, from when they beat Susquehanna, which we're going to look into that game. Well, let's go back in time a little bit here as we hit the top of the hour. Let's search 1926 Penn State football. And see what we can find. And like I said, it had to be 1926. It had to be 98 years from the 9th to the 20th. Yesterday, here we are on the 21st. So you got 100 coming up in a couple years. But they played at New Beaver Field back then. And Hugo Besdick was the head coach. He was in his 9th year. They went 5-4 that year. And here was their schedule. The Susquehanna win was the first game of the year, but it wasn't until late September. It was September the 25th. So 98 years to the day next Wednesday. And they won 82-0 with 3,500 people in attendance. When they won today 56-0 and broke that offensive record for total yards, and, you know, set the new one today with over 100,000 people in attendance. Their big games that year, as they went 5-4. Here's just overall schedule. They beat Susquehanna. They beat Lebanon Valley. They beat Marietta. They beat George Washington. And they beat Bucknell. 3 of their 5 wins were by shutout. 82-0, 35-0, and 9-0. They lost 3 times by shutout as well. 28-0 at Notre Dame, 10-0 against Syracuse, and then 3-0 at Penn. And then they went to Pitt and lost 24-6 to end the year. So that's the Penn State 1926 info for you, for what it's worth. We'll update overall stats from this game momentarily once those update. Want to make sure everything's right in that regard. Since we're final, 56-0 once again your final score, but I mean, the penalties they can clean up, the turning the ball over early, clean up. Obviously, they didn't get any on defense, but like Franklin was saying, the 7-18 offensively, they only gave up less than 100 on defense. So you're looking at a plus 6, 60, 670 margin, for total yards, because they didn't do a damn thing. Kent State, that is. They got shut out once again. They did have the 1 turnover on Penn State, but they couldn't do anything with it, and then they just punted the whole entire game, because they didn't turn the ball over. So Penn State, even with pressure and sacks, they had no, points in time to potentially capitalize off of a turnover into points to add that, to the lead that they had. Because remember, they're up 7-0 mid-second quarter. And then they scored 3 touchdowns in about 5 minutes. It was 28-0 at halftime. They scored early third quarter when they got the ball to begin the second half. 35, 42, 49, 56-0, with a minute to go. And then breaking that record for 1926 as well. For the all-time, now new record of 718 total offensive yards. So congrats to the offense today. But the defense, they played their ass off too. And they're 7-0 all time against Kent State now as well. Shutting them out twice on this day and 3 times overall. And then they're 10-1 on 9/21 now, including 4 shutouts all time on this date. So they ran the ball. I mean, they gained a lot of experience. Those were 2 of the main things I was looking forward to today. Covered, for what it's worth, for anybody interested there. Like I said, I don't really care about that, in a situation like this. Just win, That's all that matters, because that's all anybody cares about, let alone remembers, is whether you won or lost. Because it seemed early like, yeah, all right, they're playing slow and sloppy, and it's going to take a little bit here, and it might very well, who knows, turn out to be, what it was, or at least similar to Bowling Green 2 weeks ago. But they woke up and put their foot on the fucking gas pedal and didn't look back. So they hit them with a zigzag, if you will. 56-0, your final score. So we'll update some final stats and scores now and get out of here. Of course, wish, West Virginia, Bowling Green, Kent State, Penn State's 3 non-conference opponents this year. Best luck rest of the way. Penn State beat all 3 ends, and, it's only going to make the wins look better if you're good, but, we'll see how it plays out. Kent State had 18 passing yards today and 49 yards rushing on 30 carries. So, do the math. Not much. They had 1 defender with 14 total tackles. They had 1 sack on defense, and interception as well. They punted 10 times for over 400 yards, but the average wasn't that good, obviously. Hold on. Before we get into team stats, here's Penn State's individual stats. As in the meantime, USC's at Michigan, down 3, 27-24, 34 seconds to play. Need a field goal to tie, a touchdown to win. LSU is going to beat UCLA. Arkansas beat Auburn. And Utah is going to beat Oklahoma State, it looks like. But they got some time left, so we'll see what happens there. And as we know, Penn State shut out and beat Kent State 56-0. So we'll see what happens at the end of this game and go from there. Give a full post-game recap here. Flag on the play. False start. This will be a big win for Michigan, for sure. UCLA loses as mentioned. They'll host Oregon before they come here to play Penn State in 2 weeks. Pass caught out of bounds. They have no timeouts, USC. So they got to continue to get out of bounds, stop the clock. 20 seconds, 23 seconds. Because then, talk about UCLA, coming here in 2 weeks. Penn State goes to USC the following week, 3 weeks from now. But they host Illinois next Saturday night. That's what matters. That's the next game on the schedule. Don't look ahead past. Because that's going to be a top 25 matchup next Saturday night. Pass incomplete. No penalty. Third down. I'm surprised they didn't throw a penalty on that. Not because of the PI, but because of a head-to-head. But they still got to get field goal range just to attempt a field goal with no timeouts. 17 seconds, timeout, Michigan. All right, we'll see what happens here. And then, like I said, update final stats and scores for Penn State. Get into that. And then go from there. And once again, this is a Big Ten game. USC Michigan is a Big Ten game, not a Pac-10, Big Ten, Pac-12 Big Ten game. No, this is a Big Ten game. This ain't a fucking Rose Bowl matchup either. It's a Big Ten game. Which is, yes, odd, no doubt about it. But it's just the way it is now. Pass caught and dropped. So it'll be fourth down. So here's your ball game. Even if he would have caught it, got the first down, clock would have continued to, wind. They have no timeouts. It wasn't out of bounds or anything like that. So they would have to get up there and spike it. And, you might get one play to potentially get in field range, but you might have one play to heave it. Now you got a 4th and 9 with 12 seconds, and you need 10 yards to continue the drive to, continue to potentially go kick game time field goal to go win it, maybe even, at the end of regulation here, or if you can somehow get it to overtime with a, tie game and Michigan's gonna call timeout. No. Pass caught, but he's short. He didn't get the first down. No way. No, he's short. That's turnover on downs. Michigan's going to beat USC 27-24. So both LA teams go on the road and lose today. And after Penn State, Illinois next week, Penn State's got both of them on the schedule. So that's why, as I mentioned, we were watching both games, today side by side with the Penn State game as well, just because. I mean, that's what's coming up next. And as we watched Illinois go to Nebraska last night and win. But he's short. No way he got that first down. Yeah, because Penn State's got Illinois next Saturday night at home. And then they host UCLA, and then they got to go to USC. So, but they take care of business today. Penn State does. They beat Kent State 56-0. Once again, your final score. The Lions set a new offensive program record with 718 total yards on offense. Breaking the previous record from 98 years ago in 1926. So once again, congrats to the offense. As Drew Aller, Bo Prabula, and Tyler Warren all threw passing touchdowns. Yes, that is correct. Drew Aller had 3 of them, Prabula with 1, and then the tight end, Tyler Warren, had a rush for 16 yards and a first down, had officially 5 catches, 50 yards receiving, and a touchdown from Drew Aller, but then he also threw a touchdown. It was 1-on-1, 17 yards passing, and a touchdown. That to Nick Singleton, who had 2 catches, 22 yards receiving, and a touchdown. Also had 11 carries, 81 yards. Rushing. The fat man had 11 carries, 66 yards rushing. Talk about Drew Aller at quarterback. He was 17-21, 309 yards passing with not 1, not 2, but 3 passing touchdowns, and then also had 5 carries, 26 yards, and a rushing touchdown as well. Prabula was 6 of 9 in relief, 83 yards. Had an interception early, but Kent State didn't get anything out of it. Threw a passing touchdown late, also had a rushing touchdown. He was 5 of 45 rushing and the touchdown. Cam Wallace, 9 of 39 and a rushing touchdown. Drew Aller, 5 of 26, as mentioned, in the touchdown. Quentin Martin, we saw some of him late. His run to the 1-yard line to set up first and goal before Prabula's 1-yard touchdown run was the run that got him over the hump and broke the record. So Quentin Martin, 7 for 24 for him. Tyler Warren, that carry for 16 yards. And Liam Clifford had a jet sweep for 12 yards. As he also had 3 catches, 64 yards receiving and a touchdown. They got everybody the ball today. They did. Like Franklin said, it was an overall, team win. They were complete for the most part. Like I said, the turnover offensively, didn't get any turnovers on defense, even though they got sacks. The penalties hurt them. You're not winning that, but, as much as you move the ball and as many yards as you put up and as many points as you scored, no wonder the box score looks the way it does as I'm reading it. So, all right, from top to bottom, we're going to go through this. Not connecting anything, just straight down the stat sheet now. Drew Aller was 17-21, 39 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. Bo Prabula was 6 of 9 passing, 83 yards and a touchdown. Also had the interception, the lone Penn State turnover today. Tyler Warren, 1 of 1, 17 yards in the passing touchdown, as he also, once again, had a rush for 16 yards and then 5 catches, 50 yards and a receiving touchdown as well. Nick Singleton, 11 of 81 rushing. Fat man Katron Allen, 11 of 66 yards rushing. So that's balance in the run game. Prabula, 5 of 45 in the touchdown. Cam Wallace, 9 of 39 in the touchdown. Drew Aller, 5 of 26 in the other rushing touchdown. So 5 passing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns for the 8 total, 8 and 7, 56, if you can do math. And then Quentin Martin, 7 of 24. Tyler Warren, 1 of 16. Liam Clifford, 1 of 12 on the ground. They had 409 yards passing, which is no surprise. And then 309 yards rushing and 8 touchdowns. Omari Evans, 4 catches, 116 yards, and a touchdown. And that was a deep ball, too, from 59. Liam Clifford, 3 of 64 and a receiving touchdown. Julian Fleming had 2 big catches, 60 yards. Tyler Warren, 5 of 50 and a touchdown. As mentioned, Harrison Wallace had 3 catches, 29 yards. Luke Reynolds had a big catch down the middle of the field. He ended with 2 for 27. Singleton, 2 of 22 and a score. And then Anthony Ivy, Khalil Dinkins, and Tyseer Denmark all had a catch apiece for 15, 13, and 13 apiece. And then Dinkins had a receiving touchdown, I might add, as well. 43 total tackles, led by true freshman Anthony Specca in the second half. From the 4-1-2, reminds me a lot of a mix of Puzlesny, Dan Connor, and Sean Lee. They officially had 2 sacks, one by Abdul Carter, the other by Dennis Sutton. Officially 5 tackles for loss, 1.5 by Carter, 1 by Tamir Robinson, 1 by DDS, 1 by Ty Blanding, number 39 for the blue and white. And then Jalen Reed had a half a tackle for loss. No turnovers defensively, but, overall today, once again, they got a lot of playing time for a lot of players and a lot of playing experience. So we'll see if that helps them out into the future. Ryan Barker attempted the last extra point, which was good, but Sahadak was 7 of 7 for his 7 points, so that's a lucky 7. Yeah, they say Thompson only punted twice. I remember the once. I don't remember the other time early, but take it for a grain of salt for the most part. Hey, a win's a win once again at the end of the day. 56-0, and it's a shutout win, Their first shutout win since Michigan State on Black Friday last year, I might add. So, overall team stats now. These are probably going to blow you away. They had 40 first downs, which is also a new program record. They're 8 of 10 on third down. Had 409 passing yards, 309 rushing yards for a offensive total of 718 yards, which is also a new program record, breaking the old 98-year 1926 record when they defeated Susquehanna 82-0. They shut out Kent State 56-0 today. There are 9 penalties called in today's game. 7 of them were against Penn State for 65 yards. The other 2 for 20 were against Kent, obviously. And then they won time possession 35-41 to 24-19. So, I mean, if, clean up the penalties, clean up the turnovers. I get this ain't going to happen every fucking week, but, you got to build off of this. You have momentum. You have rhythm. They're starting to click on offense. The defense is, Penn State defense. We know that. So, got a big one, though, next Saturday night about this time. 7:30. Should be official, tomorrow, sometime Monday at the latest. They're really just waiting on to see what would happen this weekend before they make an official announcement. But the Fighting Illini are coming into Happy Valley for the first time since that 9 overtime game back in 2021, in which they beat Penn State in the first ever and only since 9 overtime game in college football history. As Penn State went out Champaign last September and won to begin conference play. Penn State's going to begin conference play here in 2024 at home for the first time in a number of years. We'll get more into that next week. But yeah, next Saturday night, Penn State will host Illinois. So they've gone from a yellow team to an orange team to a yellow team to another orange team next week. And they're 3-0. We'll see what happens. That's, of course, always why they play the game. Going to be the first and potentially only night game at home this season. I might add as well, depending on how the rest of the schedule, shakes out. The only other potential option is going to be the Ohio State game early November, but that's up for debate right now between the networks on when that's going to be. And next week I might add is not the whiteout, but it is homecoming. The whiteout is going to be Washington in mid-November. After the election, whether you're red, whether you're blue, Penn State's blue and white like the sky. But yeah, next week is not the whiteout. It is homecoming though, so they'll have that to factor in with everything. But at the same point in time, with everything from the outside looking in and so on and so forth, you still got to go out and play football. So we'll overall see how they play next week, because they've had a mix of a little bit of everything now so far this season. From perspective of how they've played. From week 1 to week 2, the bye week, and then today. But then, you have what you did today now on your resume, and it's still building blocks. It's brick by brick. And we'll get more into that tomorrow at 1 o'clock, so we should tune in for that as well. But you got to start to build. You got a foundation laid for your non-conference slate. You're 3-0. It's still a long-ass season. You're going to start conference play next week. It's only going to get tougher from here. Illinois, don't take them lightly. They're a top 25 team for a reason, as you are. And then you'll have another home game before you got to go on the road, and then another bye week, and then it's another, month's worth in the regular season before, postseason play begins. If you're there, which, knock on wood, but they should be there just based on, how they've played in recent years, but that's not this year. That was then, this is now. You still got to take care of your own business. So, overall, honestly, yeah, a win's a win at the end of the day. You're taking what you got today, but they got to mix in everything they did today into games like 2 weeks ago, into games like 3 weeks ago, and just keep adding as building blocks. You got to have a foundation to build a house. That peak is mid to late January. You don't want to peak too early. You want to reach the summit, when you are peaking and it's all coming together at the right time, and you're in it at the end, and you're doing what you got to do to win, because that's all anybody ever remembers, is whether you won or lost. And they won today 56-0. That's your final score once again. So yeah, we'll see how they build off of this, and I'll see everybody next week. So thanks for tuning in and watching my college football, Kent State at Penn State, live play-by-play, watch-along reactions, live right here on YouTube, as we dealt with some weather, dealt with some technical difficulties on my end, but see the blue and white win, see the blue and white shut out the opponent, see the blue and white set a new all-time record that was set way back when, talking years ago, almost a century ago, 2 years shy of 100 years, at 98 back in 1926, for, once again, new record of all-time total offensive yards in one game, with 718 today, set against Kent State in the 56-0 win against the Golden Flashes. So we are Penn State, and yeah, so everybody now, a week from now, next Saturday night, as the Lions will host the Fighting Illini of Illinois to begin Big Ten play.